Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the General Issues Committee budget meeting for January 19th, 2024. I'm calling this meeting to order. A reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function. In chambers this morning, we have Councillor Cassar, Councillor Clark, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Taddison, Councillor Spatafora, Councillor Pauls, and Mayor Horvath. And I see joining us online, we have Councillor Wang and Councillor Beattie. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair. 2 items have been withdrawn. 3.1, November 27th, 2023 minutes, and 14.1, the closed session minutes of the same meeting. They were added in error as they were already approved at the January 16th budget meeting. And also note that staff presentation for item 6.2 has been added. Thank
you. Mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Vice Chair Maureen Wilson. All in favor or opposed? That carries unanimously. Are there any declarations this morning? Seeing none. So just before we start our official agenda for the 2024 budget, going through the presentations, I've got an opening prepared statement that I'd like to share with committee. Just going over kind of the process for this year's budget, the timeline outline, and where some of the decision points are going to be. So with your indulgence, I'm just going to go through that, and then we're going to move on to the presentations. So I am very excited to begin deliberations on the 2024 capital and operating budget. This is going to be the first budget that is entirely within the purview of this term of council. So this is our budget, which I hope reflects our collective term of council priorities. The 2024 budget is quite different than last year's budget, but in 2 very substantial ways. So first, as you all know, we've combined the capital and operations into one budget deliberation. So this is in response to councillor feedback and direction from the mayor that we really need to consider both capital and operating together in order to have a more holistic view of budget and impacts and their decisions in their entirety. Secondly, because we are considering the capital and operations together, the timeline for completion is mid-February. So we really do need to have this budget finalized by February 15th. This is a significantly compressed schedule from previous years, but it's necessary to ensure that our capital projects that need to go to tender are approved and can go out as soon as possible. As this year's budget is different than previous years, Council's approach to this budget will also have to be a little bit different. I think this is a great opportunity for us to demonstrate a new and collaborative way of doing things and some clarity in the budget process. Most importantly, the budget position that is going to be presented today is following the mayor's directions that already look for efficiencies in the maintenance budget to prioritize council-directed investments and to reduce the levy impact by responsibly using debt and reserves and debt financing. So that means that where we are starting today, we've already taken many of the steps that previous councils might have directed towards the end of the process in previous years. So there are really no last-minute pools of money to find. The number that's on the table today is the number. So the budget and staff presentations are also based on the foundation that a year into this term of council, we've all been fully involved with all the decisions that are reflected in the current budget position. And essentially, we're starting our deliberations on third base with the expectation that council already has the foundational knowledge that's necessary to reach a final decision by February 15th. And essentially, there shouldn't be anything that's a big surprise that is in the budget book. We all have been involved with all the policies that have been approved over the past year. So that means that the opportunity to direct our questions and our motions should be in an informed and targeted manner. And to do that, we're hoping that the budget process and expectations of council will follow the following schedule and decision points. So today is our first detailed look at the 2024 budget with general questions. We're not going to be making any final decisions today. Next week, from January 22nd to the 26th, are presentations from boards and agencies and city departments. And again, our intention is that these sessions are for gathering information on specific components of the budget, for asking questions through the presentations, and any information that you might need on those particular issues. But no specific decisions on the budget will be made during those presentations. So we're hoping that councillors can take advantage and use those presentations, that time, to consider any additional information for evaluation that might be required to support their final decision. Councillors might also use this time to individually talk to staff on one-on-one offline if there's any additional information that's needed. And staff are tracking all of those conversations and are sharing them with are going to be sharing them with all council so that we're all working with the same information, we're all on the same page. So when we conclude next week's discussions with the boards and agencies and the departmental presentations on January 26th, we're going to do a recap of our budget position, and then any further kind of general questions or discussion on the budget, the position, can be had at that time. We're asking that if councillors do feel that specific direction is required related to any of the boards or agencies or the departmental presentations, that they be raised as notices of motion to be considered at the next phase of our deliberations, which is going to be on January 30th. So we're hopeful that councillors will utilize that time between our final meeting on the 26th and the start of budget deliberations on the 30th, realizing, I mean, that's over a weekend and it's a very short time frame, but that is a bit of an opportunity to work with staff on the wording and the scope of any motions that might come forward. So January 30th is our first day of full deliberations on the full budget. So this is our first decision point, January 30th. On January 30th, council will have the opportunity to discuss and approve specific budget items as council referred items and business cases, such as. This will also be an opportunity to place any motions for additional information, evaluation, or action by staff on the table for debate and approval. We're really hoping that any motions that may come forward are prepared in advance in writing and are circulated to clerks and all of council to ensure that staff are prepared to answer any questions about implications and that we're all prepared to debate the actual direction. And we're just trying to avoid spending time stumbling in a live session with wording and scoping on the floor. Council direction that requires evaluation by staff can be approved on January 30th. However, the first opportunity that staff will have to actually report back with that information is February 15th. So on February 15th, we are still hoping and expecting to approve the final budget. Any outstanding business cases that haven't been decided on the 30th, council referred items can be decided. Information from staff that is resulting from direction that was approved on the 30th can be discussed and final actions approved. And we understand that this is a very demanding timeline for both council and for staff. However, we are very optimistic that by simplifying this year's process, creating clear opportunities for council questions and staff responses, we can arrive at a final decision as efficiently as possible and hopefully avoid any last-minute wrangling that has been typical of previous years. So really, thank you for your cooperation. And before we go to staff with our presentations, and staff are also going to be going over the timeline as well, just quickly open the floor if there's any questions specific to the process in the outline. Mayor Horvath? Councillor Cretch?
Thank you, Councillor Danko. I don't have a question, but I do want to express my sincere gratitude. Yourself and Councillor Maureen Wilson worked very, very hard over a number of months to kind of wrestle with what it is that we're trying to transition to in terms of a budget process that met the concerns and the issues that had been raised by previous members of council and by new members of council, and that was a lot of work, and there was a lot of engagement with staff, and so I want to thank staff as well, including our new city manager, who's also been engaged this week in particular. It's not easy, and it's not easy to give up the way we've always done things to do something new and different, and so that means that there's been some time frame crunch, and that nobody wanted that, obviously, but it was necessary because we wanted to try to get it as right as possible, and then we will continue to grow from here in terms of our process and refining how it is that we can responsibly, as a team, put together a budget and have a discussion about it. So I just want to express, as mayor, my absolute gratitude to the co-chairs of the budget committee this year, and thank you for helping us to move down a better path when it comes to our process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. On the speakers list, Councillor Cretch, followed by Councillor Jackson.
Thanks. I'm really grateful not to have to ask what's the activity question this year at every meeting. I'm sure everyone else is grateful too. I really appreciate you outlining how this is going to work. I think it's extremely important. I'm actually really appreciative of the constrained timeline. I think that the decisions before us should be made as quickly as possible so there's not that anxiety at the end of that period where we're trying to finish our fiscal year but also trying to approve our budget. This gives staff some time to breathe, make those adjustments and do the work properly. So I'm grateful that the feedback that many of us have provided has been taken up. I do have a question though, which is I want to make sure I understand the transition here. So you talked about notices of motion, and so would it be better to have notices of motion come forward on the 26th, like prepare them for that day so that the notices are there and the motions can then proceed on the 30th, so that we have actual motions there and there's a time over the weekend for people to review that kind of stuff. So notices could be prepared for the 26th. Is that what you're suggesting?
That's exactly the intention, that any notices of motion that might come forward through that entire week of deliberations, that they don't be just put on right away as a motion, that they start as a notice of motion, and then those notices of motion become a full motion on the 30th, just as you said. And that's where we actually have that debate and discussion.
So would it make sense and be okay then, for instance, I'm just trying to make sure that there's enough time for us to think and then provide notices of motion. So for instance, we're having presentations on the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, and then again, 25th and 26th. It's understandable that some people, after listening to the presentations on the 26th, may come up with other notices that are after that meeting, right? But if we have other things from the other meetings, we can do that. So there might be a bit of staggering there in terms of, I'm just identifying that issue of the 26th itself. There may not be all the notices of motion there. Like, we're prepared for that, right?
Absolutely, and we're still following the procedural rules of order. So if there is, assistance to put a motion on the table, that can still happen. But yeah, that exactly what you described is the intention, that we try to get everything at least written and everybody's aware of what might be coming forward in advance of that decision point on the 30th.
Great, I hope we can all do that to the best of our ability, and in spaces where we're challenged to do that, I think we can vocalize it. So if you're challenged to get a notice of motion written and submitted, I think it's great if we all just say that, hey, I'm bringing this forward, even just informally, so we all have notice of what those issues are, so no one walks into the 30th or the 15th feeling surprised. Thanks.
That's exactly the intention. Thank you. Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Beattie.
Thanks, Budget Chair Danko, and I listened very carefully to your new direction and leadership, and I'm supportive. So if I could just ask 2 or 3 questions for further clarification for me from a traditionalist around this table. So the week of the 22nd to the 26th, with all the presentations of the ABCs and the departments, that will not be, this is the new direction, that will not be the time for opinions, for stating positions. Councillor Jackson, to the board and agency, don't like this, never will support. That will be a week of gathering more information and Q&As, if you will, without stating positions. Is that, first of all, that clarification, please?
So again, we're going to be following the procedural rules of order. So if you do have comments on a board agency or presentation, I mean, you still have the privilege to do that. But we are hoping that specifically related to motions or direction that might come forward, that those be, you know, held to the 30th meeting. So I don't think the discussion will change how it has in previous years. Again, but it's just the motion component of that.
Thank you. Secondly, now this notice of motion thing by midnight, Friday, January 26th, for over the weekend. Can you give me an example, a hypothetical, the notice of motion from Councillor Jackson? Look, we're sitting at this percent at the end of the week of 26, and I think, darn it all, we could get to this, and here's my suggestions with this notice of motion. Is that hypothetically what you're getting at, Chair Danko?
Yeah, and we're hoping that if that does come forward through those departmental presentations, anything that people need more information about or would like to take a different position on, that then there's an opportunity to work with staff on the scope and the wording of that before it comes to the table as an actual, and the impacts.
Thank you. Lastly, February 15th is a hopeful deadline. So if necessary, the endurance bylaw may be challenged that day, because darn it all, we're going to stay here until we get the 24 budget done. Is that the hope for, or Councillor Jackson, if we're exhausted on the 15th, of course, if we need an extra day that week, I'm trying to understand, without being cheeky, exactly what the plan is and what the drop dead date is, please.
There is a very strong intention to finalize the budget on February 15th. If those capital tenders are delayed, that it does have an impact. Worst case scenario, we can schedule additional meetings, but staff are very clear that we need to get this done by the 15th.
Thank you for your clarifications and your answers, Budget Chair Danko. Much appreciated.
Thank you. I wasn't intending for this to spark this much discussion, since it's not technically on the agenda. But we'll continue. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just a really quick question. I do appreciate the verbal outline of the expectations to take place during the budget proceedings. I'm wondering if there is an accompanying visual update or some kind of document that might help us that weren't taking copious notes while you were speaking, that could be circulated.
Absolutely, Councillor, and that will be in staff's presentation. They have a graphic with the budget timeline, and they can circulate that to you. Or it's in the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that.
Councillor Nan?
Appreciating that, Chair, you did not intend to have this be a portion of a lot of discussion. I just really wanted to say that I too appreciate the changes of the process that you've outlined, and the changes that everybody has been engaged in to enable this process to be not just more efficient, but much more diligent, I think. I appreciate the rigor of a condensed timeline. It enables all of us to be really honed in and focused. I think that also serves as a good public notice to our residents that between now and this budget approval, we really do need to focus on getting this right. And that might mean, that we're not as much available during this budgetary period as we were leading up to, and will be available to our community thereafter. So I think it's really important for our community to know that all heads are focused on this desk right now to get through this really important financial management piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McMeekin, followed by Councillor Taddison.
Yes, thanks, Chair. My apologies. It literally took me an hour to get in from Dundas today. Then we're down to one lane on Main Street. I don't know exactly what the problem is, but My goodness, I'm glad I was able to contain my emotions. Amen. I have been asked by several of my colleagues what is happening with the motion that I put some time ago that was referred to a future general issues committee meeting to cap the tax increase, municipally generated tax increase at 4%. And so I didn't catch your preamble or your suggestion around streamlining the process, just wondering when that opportunity would come up.
So if that is still direction to come forward, we're hoping that you bring that forward as a notice of motion. You can do that today or on the 26th, and then an actual debate and discussion about it on the 30th.
Okay, the motion was actually presented, debated, and referred to a general council meeting. I confirmed with the clerk that it would appear on one of the agendas in January, so your process would accommodate that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't need a notice of motion. The motion is there.
Seeing the clerk confirm that, yes, it
Yeah,
will be
okay.
added to an upcoming meeting agenda. Councillor Tattison.
No questions. It was the same issue that Councillor McMeekin brought up, but I was getting on the list before he was here, but now that he's here and spoke to it, it's good.
Okay. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit confused. So if we're talking about a motion to cap the budget at 4%, that would have to be entertained early in the process to enable any work to be accomplished on it. By leaving it to that date, you're basically ignoring it. Like, the budget is already here. There's no opportunity to have staff go and say, okay, we're capping at 4%. What are we going to do? There's not enough time at that point for anything to happen based on this direction that you've outlined.
I think you've outlined the challenge here. Again, the procedural rules of order that could be put on the table today or any other budget day. But we're hoping that those kinds of motions that come forward on the 30th that are approved, that need additional evaluation, that need as staff to report back with the impacts, that we give staff the time over the 2 weeks between the 30th and the 15th to come back with that information. And I definitely understand that that is not ideal, but that's the timeline that we have.
It pretty much neuters Councillor Ted McMeekin's motion. If we were to debate that, it would have to be debated at the front end of the budget process, not at the end of the budget process. By that point, there's no time left to look at savings or efficiencies, additional savings and efficiencies. So it's just basically relegating it to a shelf. So I'm disappointed in that. That item was referred by council to this budget process. It should be at the front end, not at the back end.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further speakers or discussions, so we're going to move on with our actual agenda this morning. We have a presentation, item 6.1, the economic overview from Navigating the Path Back Down. Am I reading that right? General Manager Zagarek, please introduce this item.
Yeah. Through the chair, sorry, excuse me, Mike Zagarek, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. As our guest presenter is making his way to the podium, my pleasure to introduce Andrew Grantham, who is Senior Economist with CIBC. Andrew has had a wide range of experience in different areas of economic and financial market forecasting. Joining CIBC in 2011, he initially focused on the U.S. and international outlook and its implications for foreign exchange and fixed income markets. More recently, Andrew's taken over responsibility for Canadian provincial outlook. Since joining, he helped CIBC win MarketWatch's monthly contest for U.S. forecasts 5 times and is regularly quoted by the print and electronic media. Prior to joining CIBC in 2011, Andrew worked in London, England for one of the UK's largest banks. He gained a master's degree in economics from the University of York, England. And I just want to personally thank Andrew for participating and setting some context leading into our 2024 tax deliberations. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, thank you, and thanks for the invite. I promise it won't be all bad news, but as economists struggle with providing good news a lot of the time. I'm actually going to start with some good news, though, just to prove to you that we can come up with some good news. The good news is that we believe that we are at the summit. We've reached the peak of the mountain in terms of interest rates, but to put it in less definitive, more economist terms, we believe that we are at the near-term peak of the overnight rate in Canada. I feel better now that it's not quite as definitive. But the good news is that interest rates probably won't need to rise any further. We've already slowing the economy. And the good news is we are already slowing inflation, not just here in Canada, but also globally. We are seeing that inflation is not back to a 2% target, but it is very, very close to that 2% target. The good news as well is that we have achieved this quite rapid deceleration in inflation without quite as much collateral damage in terms of the economy as a lot of people were expecting. The US economy has barely slowed down at all, and we'll get proof of that later this week. But even here in Canada, where things are not particularly healthy on the economic front, you rewind back a year and the consensus forecast among economists was that we would already be in a recession. So as bad as it is, we are not in that recession yet. So we have achieved this deceleration in inflation without quite as much of a slow-in the economy, not quite as much weakness in the economy as people had previously anticipated. That's probably all the good news I have, I'm afraid. I'm going to move into the bad news now. The bad news is that anyone who's been up a mountain knows that sometimes it's the route back down that can be more difficult. Just proof there that it can be more difficult when you are coming back down. And I think one of the things that I'm worried about in this coming year is when it comes to the Bank of Canada, and the Bank of Canada judging just when to start cutting interest rates and how quickly and to what level they will need to cut interest rates to. Because even though we haven't seen that recession here in Canada that a lot of people were anticipating a year ago, we are not particularly healthy as our economy. And I think this question that we keep getting asked in economics, do we have a recession or not? Are we in a recession or not? That really is the wrong question, because when we have a population that's growing by 3.5% a year, when we have a labor force that's growing by 3 or 3.5% on a year-over-year basis, it is possible to have an economy that has decelerated too much relative to what was actually necessary to get inflation back to target without actually tipping us into a recession, because our ceiling for growth was very, very high. And we kind of see that when we look at the level of consumer spending, not in aggregate terms, but in per capita terms. Individual households are struggling. They are having to make cutbacks in what they are spending on. So even though aggregate consumer spending has risen over the last year and a half, 2 years since interest rates started to rise, therefore we are not in a recession. You ask an individual household, they have reduced their spending on average by around 2%. We are getting fairly close to what would be typical in a recessionary period in terms of per capita spending. So this recession or not a recession is really the wrong question. And it's particularly the wrong question as well, not just in terms of the population growth kind of masking some of the weakness that we're seeing, but also we have to remember that we started raising interest rates, we started trying to slow consumer spending before we had fully recovered from the pandemic. Particularly services such as travel, such as restaurants, etc., they were still reopening as interest rates started to rise. And so if we compare the level of spending not to when interest rates started to increase, but when there was a peak in some of these areas back in 2019 before the pandemic, we come up with a lower level even now of consumer spending. So I do believe that consumer spending is a little bit weaker than people acknowledge and that the Bank of Canada itself realizes. We are also seeing as well, when it comes to future inflationary pressures, that the labour market is loosening fairly quickly here in Canada. The number of job vacancies have come down pretty much back to where they were before the pandemic. And, you know, some of those consumer-facing industries, such as accommodation and food services, such as retailing, those were the areas that were really struggling to rehire people after the pandemic. Those job vacancies have come down a lot, and employment in those sectors has actually started to come down as well over the last couple of months. What we are also seeing in terms of the Canadian labour market, which suggests to us that it's a little bit weaker than a lot of people anticipate already, is that people have been very reluctant to move jobs. When there is a very hot labour market, when it is very easy to find a new job, that tends to create inflation because people do not change their jobs, most of the time at least, unless they think they're going to get a pay increase. That's generally the number one reason why people move jobs. What we've seen in Canada recently is that the number of people quitting their current job to go to a new job, which did rise after the pandemic when there were a lot of job vacancies out there, that has come down, and it is now even lower than it was before the pandemic. So people are a little worried about their job security. They're not quite as forthcoming in terms of trying to find new employment. And this should hopefully translate into lower actual inflation going forwards. Our inflation numbers are not quite at 2% yet, so the Bank of Canada is not cutting interest rates quite yet. But what we have seen over the last year is that the drivers of the inflation that we are seeing have become much more concentrated in just a few key areas. And those few key areas tend to be related to shelter. Mortgage interest costs, which have been driven up by the thing that the Bank of Canada is doing to try and reduce inflation, and I personally think shouldn't be included in terms of any inflation target calculations. Those have created inflation. Those have led to headline inflation numbers that are above our target, but it's also rental prices as well. We're seeing that the big population growth that we've seen, we haven't been able to keep up in terms of housing. That's been driving inflation there. But if you strip out those two areas, we are pretty much already back to a 2% inflation world. So the inflation that we are seeing is becoming much more concentrated, and that's a good sign for the future. If we start to see lower interest rates, if we start to see population growth easing off some of the housing completions coming forwards, that is going to help reduce that last little bit of inflation that we are seeing. The concern that I have in terms of the Bank of Canada judging just when to start cutting interest rates and how quickly to start cutting interest rates is that they have about 6 or 7 different measures of inflation, and all of them, as is often the case in economics, all of them tell a different story depending on how you look at them. So we have a situation at the moment in Canada where we have made inflation too complicated. We have too many measures of inflation that the Bank of Canada can point to, and this is concerning for us because if the Bank of Canada decides that they are in a bad mood, that they don't want to start cutting interest rates, they can pore over these numbers, choose a high one, and use that as justification not to bring interest rates down. If Governor Macklem has a nice breakfast, the sun is shining on his way out in the morning, he's feeling in a good mood, he can pick a low number and maybe then start to cut interest rates. So we are not really reacting to inflation at the moment. They seem to be picking an inflation number which kind of fits their agenda, and that's a concern for us. In terms of what we actually expect the Bank of Canada to do, we think that interest rates will start to come down this year, maybe a little later than a lot of people may want them to come down. We think June will be the first interest rate cut. But I think the crucial thing, rather than just the timing of when interest rates start to come down, is how far they will have to come down to protect us from what is still a very uncertain situation come 2025 and 2026, when a lot of people who bought houses during the pandemic at the very height of prices, the very low of interest rates, will have to refinance. And the Bank of Canada will have to cut interest rates down to a level where it kind of protects people a little bit from those costs that are coming. And again, it's a concern to us because they're going to have to make a little bit of a leap of faith and maybe start to cut interest rates before inflation is all the way back to target in order to get that level low enough to be able to protect people come 2025 and 2026. So we are expecting that interest rates will start to come down a little after the financial markets are currently expecting, but they will need to come down a little more to protect us from this refinancing risk. And the reason that we think there is this risk come 2025 and 2026 is not just because the mortgages have been the highest, they're having to refinance at higher interest rates, but also the people who bought during that period have not had the same income growth that will protect them against those higher payments. People who bought in 2018, even in 2019, have seen relatively strong income growth in nominal terms at least, maybe not quite so much in inflation-adjusted terms, but this has meant that as they've had to refinance their mortgages at higher interest rates, they've had the income growth to be able to absorb those higher payments. People who bought in 2020 or 2021, they haven't seen that same level of income growth either in nominal terms and particularly in inflation-adjusted terms. So they are going to be struggling when it comes to those mortgage repayments. We tend to base our forecasts not on a policy mistake, but the Bank of Canada doing what we think they need to do. And because of that, we have fairly sluggish growth in terms of the Canadian economy this year, but an acceleration next year because we do think that the Bank of Canada will cut interest rates low enough to mitigate some of that risk and to help us have a little bit of a rebound in consumer spending. Because we are already starting from quite a low level of activity in consumer spending, particularly in terms of per household, per capita terms, we can get that acceleration without seeing much of a pickup in inflation because we're starting from quite a low level. So that's why we have, a fairly kind of rocky next kind of 2-3 quarters, which leads to that weak growth in 2024. But then we do have that pickup in 2025, but without necessarily bringing inflation because we're already starting from quite a low level of activity. Last thing I'm going to speak briefly on, because I know it's probably the first question that I'll get, is population growth, immigration, and how that's resulting in inflation. There is a lot of press at the moment, a lot of different economics teams around the country who seem to be linking immigration and population growth to inflation. And as such, immigration is getting a very, very bad press. As you can tell from my accent, I was not born here, so I feel like I have to push back against that a little bit. And it is certainly the case that population growth is leading to inflation when it comes to housing. I'm not going to deny that. We're not building enough houses for the people that have come into the country over the last year, and there's a very strong correlation there provincially between those that have seen the biggest increase in population and those that have seen the biggest increase in rental costs. What we don't see, though, is any real correlation between population growth and inflation in any other areas. Even though population growth brings demand, not just for housing, but people need to eat, people need the winter jackets to get through Canadian winters that they may not have needed in their home countries. They need all that sort of thing, but they also bring supply. They also fill job vacancies in the labor market, and that helps keep inflation under control in other areas, and particularly in parts of the country where we, even in a weaker labor market, have been able to absorb new immigrants into the workforce, maybe to an even better extent than we were in 2019. Here in Ontario, kind of the same, very similar, but at least we don't have higher unemployment rates among new immigrants than we did in 2019. But parts of the country that have the eldest populations that really need that population growth to fill those job vacancies in Atlantic Canada and Quebec, they're actually seeing much lower unemployment rates among new immigrants than they were even in 2019. So immigration, population growth is very helpful in an aging population. We just need to make sure that we get this housing issue sorted out so that we don't keep linking immigration and population growth with inflation, because it is actually a positive, it is actually helpful in order to get inflation under control in other areas. In Hamilton, relative to the rest of Ontario, and we use Toronto as an example here, it doesn't seem like that underbuilding is quite as much of an issue, although I'm sure there'll be people here that can tell me otherwise if that's the case. But we look here at the estimated increase in households relative to population, against housing starts. One of the issues that we've seen, not just locally, but also throughout Canada as well, it's not just housing starts, it's housing completions that are the issue. A lot of projects that are getting held up, maybe because financing costs are too high, you get interest rates come down, I think you will actually get more supply than you actually think you might already in terms of housing, because there is a big difference at the moment between starts and completions. And I think that is partly due to the high interest rate environment. Just a few takeaways here in terms of our thinking. We don't foresee a recession, but again, recession or not a recession, I don't think is the right question. I do think we've slowed the economy down already more than was absolutely needed to get inflation under control. We just haven't seen a recession because we've had such strong population growth, and we were starting to slow the economy when the level of activity was already quite weak. I'm going to leave it there, but I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Grantham, and really appreciate your presentation. This is always one of my highlights of the annual budget process. Opening up the floor to questions from committee. Councillor Wang, please go ahead, and Councillor Wang is going to be on the screen behind you.
Thank you. I really appreciate this presentation. I wonder if you could just go back again. I think I missed the part about immigration, job labor, and how that all correlates together. So perhaps you could just give us another quick little tidbit on that. I just missed it. I'm really sorry about that.
No, that's fine. It's just a lot of people at the moment are linking immigration to inflation because of the housing costs that we're seeing. I think what we like to point out is that immigration and population growth has also been very important in terms of reducing some of those job vacancies that we saw spike, just after the pandemic as the economy was starting to reopen. And because of that, population growth, people move into this country are providing supply as well as demand. And, you know, I think that's important from an inflation point of view, that if you can get people integrated into the labor market and they are increasing supply as well as increasing demand, that is potentially good news in terms of getting inflation under control rather than bad news. The focus at the moment seems to be too much on the housing issue.
Okay, that makes sense. Could you speak about, say, supply chain, and how does inflation in this instance affect the supply chain, which then affects housing starts, which affects housing finishes? What does that look like in this year and beyond?
Yeah, so we've all had to try and become supply chain managers over the last kind of 2 or 3 years because you know, supply chain issues prior to the pandemic were not generally a big macro driver of inflation. You know, there are certain industries from certain times that, you know, have issues, but we've seen, you know, during the pandemic and afterwards, a world where we have more uncertainty globally. We have climate issues happening globally that seem to be happening more often. And so these supply issues that we have seen have been big enough, if you build them all together, to become a macro issue. I am not going to promise you that they won't be going forwards, but we are seeing that, you know, the supply chain issues that we have at the moment are better than or not as bad as the peaks that we saw when we had the semiconductor shortage, when we had the war breakout in Ukraine, that sort of thing. So it's not back to 2019 levels in terms of supply, but we're getting a little bit closer, and that's good news from inflation point of view.
Yeah, my last question has to do with spending, and because the way that you've structured your presentation is that you've talked about all of these big macroeconomic factors, and then you've pulled out housing as the weird anomaly. But as we know, from a municipality standpoint, our residents all bundle all of that together and call it affordability. So how do we reconcile how we integrate the cost and affordability of housing with all of these different macroeconomic factors, given that municipalities are also like a household? We also have to spend on all of these high interest rates. We also have to spend on the high cost of inflation. So I'm trying to reconcile this messaging so that we can share that information with our residents. Does that kind of get a sense for the type of question I'm trying to get at here?
Yeah, no. That's more than fair. So the overall inflation numbers, consumer inflation in Canada is just north of 3%. I think it was 3.4, the latest number. And, you know, obviously the shelter costs, the housing costs are a big part of that. Now, you will find eventually that if people do not have the income to fuel all of that spending, if they have to spend more on rent, if they have to spend more on their mortgage, they will cut back spending on other areas, and that will generally then lead to lower inflation in those other areas. We are starting to see that already in terms of the Canadian economy, which is actually something we're not really seeing yet in the US, because, you know, for our point of view, the part of inflation that is generally the most correlated with what consumers are doing today in terms of their spending is services ex shelter. And that inflation in that area is already quite weak. So, you know, you get spending cutbacks in areas that people don't need to spend on, more discretionary items, leads to lower inflation there. You will then hopefully bring the overall basket back to 2%. But unfortunately, that's happening partly because people are having to make those cutbacks because of the high inflation that we've seen previously.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Just at the 5-minute mark, too. Councillor Tattison, followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Jackson. Councillor Tattison?
So I'm going to simplify the question that I think Councillor Wayne was getting at, in the sense of the basket I want to concentrate on is food. So you're telling when I hear food prices, I look at, when I go shopping, the food prices are still high. So can you bring that back in? Because that's the second probably most salient thing that our public is concerned about in terms of inflation is food, and you haven't discussed that.
Yeah, so food price inflation it is one of those areas, and this isn't just Canada, this happens in other countries as well, where you tend to get a global shock like we had with the war in Ukraine breaking out, which leads into a big increase in food prices. What you tend to see in the food basket, and again, this is not just a Canadian thing, this happens in other countries as well, is that food prices spike, but they very rarely come down. And that's what we're seeing today, is that food price inflation is decelerating, but that doesn't mean that food prices are coming down, and that's not helpful to any households, particularly, mine. I have 4 kids to try and feed, so, I understand what everyone is worried about, but unfortunately, this is very typical. Now, the good news is that what is fairly typical when you see these big food price spikes and this kind of plateau afterwards is that that plateau can last for a while, so incomes will eventually kind of make up that ground, and people will then be able to spend proportionally the same amount of their income on food that they were 5 years ago. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen overnight because you very rarely see food prices actually come down again. And that's kind of what we're seeing within the numbers at the moment.
So is it your take then that people are just spending less on food or being more judicious with their choices?
I think, and I actually spoke to Statistics Canada about this because their numbers suggest that people are buying less food. And I'm like, can that be the case? Can they really be eating less? Surely that's something that people need to do. But what they told me is that they think people are changing where they buy their food from, so they're buying more in bulk than they used to rather than going to individual grocers. They're trading down what they buy, no name versus branded, etc. And that's what they're picking up in the data.
How do you think a 8% increase in residential taxes would affect Hamilton residents?
Be less than Toronto, I think, right?
Good answer.
I know, but our...
It's any increase in anybody's costs at the moment is going to be hurtful. It's, because inflation has already been quite high. There's increased costs, not just for consumers, but for businesses, for municipalities as well, which need to be covered, right? So,
Councillor?
And you also recognize that comparing a Toronto income and what they pay in their residential taxes compared to what Hamilton pays overall, that the 8% actually probably represents more than what a Toronto person's increase would be to their overall spending amounts that they have.
So
yeah, I'm not familiar with.
Just before you answer, our economist is speaking on the economy as a whole,
And I would like to challenge the chair on that because I think that this is our expert
Councillor,
that we're bringing in.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying he's going to answer the question, but the purpose of this is to have a general overview of the state of the economy, not specific tax policy. That is the debate to have with us and with our staff. So, Mr. Grantham?
Well, no, I was going to answer the question by actually kind of not answering the question, to be honest, because I don't know. It depends not just on the level of incomes, but how much income growth we've seen over recent years as well, whether people can absorb that, the cost of living outside of taxation, and that's something I'm not familiar enough to provide a detailed answer, unfortunately.
And no disrespect intended, I just wanted to note that Toronto does have the lowest residential taxes compared to their prices and so forth, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much. Like our budget chair, this is a really, I always look forward to this presentation every year. I'm wondering if I could give you an example of something to help me work through the various points that you've made. And a little bit of background, I have a 16-year-old son at home who for years has been sort of shadowing the stock market. And he buys and sells, not really, but just pretend. And so a number of years ago, much to my chagrin, in his game, he bought stocks, a lot of them in the cruise industry. And I wondered about that. Well, as you know, the year-end saw all those cruise lines, their stock increase significantly. So he's very happy, my son. So I'm trying to use that as an example of what does that say about what you've presented? Is it a statement of there are some who have accrued equity who are fine in this narrative? I'm just trying to, and then I'm trying to take what you might share with us and think through what that means for us. Thank you. If that question makes sense. Thank you.
So I'm going to make a kind of sweeping generalization here. It might be wrong or might not be. Cruise industry, vacations tend to be, I would think, more geared towards older people rather than younger people. Not all, but I'm sure, you know. And what we've seen, and actually we're going to be releasing something next week about this, about, you know, who's been cutting back on their spending, who's been saving more. It's actually younger people. So, and that's good news from a future financial stability point of view. We seem to be breeding a more prudent consumer in terms of younger people. But that means, you know, the cutbacks in spending have been more geared towards the type of vacations that they would be doing rather than kind of people at or close to or past retirement age, which may kind of play into the cruise liners.
Thank you. That was, thank you for confirming that in what I was speculating. And for me, that does inform how I look at this budget, Chair, in terms of who has accrued wealth. When I look and consider that the housing crisis that we're in, who's actually in crisis. So that is informing me, and thank you for sharing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Budget Chair Danko, and Mr. Grantham, nice to meet you. Thank you for your presentation. A couple of my colleagues have asked the questions in kind of the area I want to, but I often find I have to use my own words to understand the answer, so forgive me if something seems a bit repetitive, but I'm trying to stretch in terms of Budget Chair Danko, my understanding. So, Tiff Macklem, the governor, it's incredible the amount of power one man has. But anyways, a couple of years ago, he said the economy is too strong. And the result of his policy first of all, please keep that question in mind. If you could, for this layman, explain what the governor means the economy is too strong. To me, I as a layman, I'm representing the majority of people I think would feel the same way in my community. Economy is too strong just seems like, why wouldn't we want a strong economy? So if you keep that in mind, Mr. Grantham, please. And as an adjunct to that question, Budget Chair Danko, the result of his policies were these high interest rates and suddenly fuel, utilities, rent, groceries were becoming beyond the reach of the average citizen in our community. Can you explain to me exactly, like, why go down this path? And you're the economist, you know this 1,000 times better than I do, but as a layman representing majority of people that I think would feel the same way as I do. Through you, Budget Chair Danko, please.
Yeah, and to be honest, I have a lot of sympathy for your view, because I have a different view from the economists who generally work at central banks, such as Governor Macklem. Basically, the textbook theory is they see inflation and they think they have an economy that's too strong. And by too strong, that they mean that there's more demand than what we can supply, and that's why we're getting inflation. And the only answer for that to them is raising interest rates until you see demand come down to match that supply. Now, in my personal point of view, yes, interest rates were very, very low during the pandemic. They couldn't stay at that level forever. But I think it was fairly obvious, or it should have been fairly obvious, that most of the inflation that we were seeing was not due to excess spending among Canadian households. It was due to supply issues globally, from the chip shortages in the auto industry, from the war in Ukraine, food prices, etc. In my mind, if you have a supply-driven increase in prices, you have to raise interest rates because you have to make people believe that you can get inflation under control. You have to control people's expectations for future inflation. But they could have done it a lot more slowly. They didn't have to do it as quickly as they did. They didn't have to raise interest rates as high. And in my personal point of view, inflation would be no higher than it was today if we'd have raised interest rates more slowly and only peaked at, let's say, 4% rather than 5%.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grantham. It made me feel, thank you. You've provided reaffirmation that, my mindset and my theory is not just so far out there, Councillor Jackson, you really don't understand the economy. Thank you for your personal opinion, but also explaining where the central banks and that were coming from. I appreciate that. A couple of quick questions. Budget Chair Danko, it's a bugbear of mine. Why do we use the word unemployment rate? Can't we say the employment rate is 94%? Why have we historically used the term unemployment rate, Mr. Grantham, please?
That's a very good question. So the employment ratios in an economy are slightly different. They're not 94%. They're not 100 minus the unemployment rate. So the employment rates are the amount of people who are employed as the total population. But as the population ages and there's more people at retirement age, that employment ratio is going to go down because you have more people who just aren't of the age where they want to work or they can work. And so if you look at the employment ratio, and that's driven a lot by demographic factors, whether you have more young people, more older people in the population. You tend to find, though, and again, my personal point of view as to what's a better measure of labour market strength in any country, not just Canada, but it's the employment ratio among people of what we call prime age, which is basically 25 to 55. So you strip out the people who might still be at university, and so not in the labour market. You strip out the people who might be close to or at retirement age. I think that's the employment rate that we can focus on. And you're right, I think there is a little bit too much emphasis put on the unemployment rate.
Thank you very much for that explanation. That helps me. And last question, I'm a big supporter and was during the pandemic, feeling great empathy for the hospitality industry, former coffee retailer that I was. So what's your prediction and forecasting for the hospitality industry, restaurants? Many of them have tried to reopen, recover. I've noticed a lot of them have put their prices up. I still go out to support them. Any forecasting in terms of the future in light of many suffered hardship during the pandemic? That's my last question, Budget Chair Danko. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah. And this really kind of fits into what I was saying about there being a difficult period ahead in terms of the economy. The hospitality industry will be the same. Like anything which is more discretionary spending in a world where people are paying higher food prices and their rental prices are higher, people are making cutbacks. Younger people in particular, the kind of bars, restaurants, etc. that younger people used to go to, I think they're going to feel more pain than maybe some of the restaurants that may be geared towards kind of older clientele, let's say. And I think they are going to continue to struggle a little bit over the next 6 to 9 months. After we start to see interest rates come down, and as long as they come down far enough, I think there can be a recovery next year. But it's going to be a struggle for some businesses still in the near term.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. On our speakers list, Councillor Cassar, followed by Councillor Clark. Councillor Cassar.
Thanks, Chair Danko, and thanks for your presentation, Mr. Grantham. One of the things Mr. Grantham mentioned is about income growth not keeping up. And, you know, big part of our budget is wages. That's a significant impact on the increase. So it's a challenge that we're dealing with. We need to pay a fair wage to help our employees, unionized and non-unionized, be able to not only survive, but to thrive. So it's something for us to just keep in mind. But my question, I just want to be a little provocative, if I may, Chair Danko. We're talking about economics here. Obviously, that's the topic of the presentation. Just traditional economics doesn't consider resources that are used to generate economic output, right? Things like pollution in the air and water, carbon emissions, land conversion. It doesn't consider quality of life, our growing wealth disparity that was brought up, loss of biodiversity, hate, which unfortunately we're dealing with in Hamilton. So, may not be a fair question to ask, but do you have any perspective on how economics, traditional economics, and the impact that it doesn't deal with these issues? Do you have any perspective to share on how this economy may, or what you presented may actually help or impact these topics that I've mentioned?
Do I have an hour to think about this before before giving that the answer? That's a really difficult question. Like, in terms of income inequality, etc., I think it's reasonably obvious at the moment that people who have the higher mortgages, younger people, are dealing with that to a greater extent than other homeowners. So I think that's, until we get interest rates that come down far enough, that's going to continue, unfortunately. In terms of things like pollution, etc., we are seeing more so than we used to, kind of, not just globally, but domestically, wildfires, etc., floods, that sort of thing. It's not necessarily the economy impacting that necessarily, but it is having an impact on the economy, supply chains, etc. So it's something we are having to think a little bit more about in terms of our macro forecasts.
Right, yeah, thank you. And I admitted up front that it was a difficult question, thank you. But you did touch on something there, through you, Chair Danko, that there is a cycle between the economy and what's happening in our natural world and negative impacts that could happen. So Mr. Grantham mentioned about asking the right question or the wrong question off the top. And I think for this council, focusing on how to improve the economy or how do we get growth is the wrong question for us here to be trying to answer. I think we're trying to answer the question, how do we build a thriving, happy city with happy citizens and moving in that direction. So I just encourage us to keep that in mind. Our city is much more than an economy. It's about people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. So can I ask a question with regards to CPI? What I'm hearing from residents in my area is that their mortgages came due and their mortgage payment more than doubled. Rent has more than doubled, in some cases tripled. Is that captured in CPI?
It is, yes. So now the doubling or tripling isn't captured that individual households have, because it has to be averaged throughout the population. But we do have, and I showed you the chart there, ex-shelter and with shelter. Shelter is a big component of what's driving above target inflation at the moment, and that is the rental price increases, and that is also the mortgage interest costs. But let's say, if everyone's mortgage doubled and everyone was on a 5-year fixed rate, 20% we refinance every year. So that doubling only happens over the space of 5 years. So the impact on annual inflation is a lot less than that. It's kind of almost 1/5, right? But it is captured.
Yeah, because they're truly struggling with that.
Yep. Yeah.
Gasoline prices or petroleum, whatever you want to call it, that's captured in CPI as well?
Yep.
So what's not captured in CPI?
What's not captured? Well, Statistics Canada would like to say that everything that people spend money on is captured. It's just a case of whether it's weighted appropriately, I think, is kind of, the question, because, you have things like TVs, furniture, etc., which, not everyone buys every year, right? Like you might buy that every 5 or 10 years, but that has to be within the CPI numbers. Whereas something that people do buy every day, like pretty much they need food, etc., that's also captured, but maybe because of that difference, the food is weighted slightly lower than it should be relative to a lot of people's budgets. But everything that people buy should be captured within that inflation number.
Thank you for that. Do you have any insight on default rates for mortgages, for credit cards, for lines of credit? I'm hearing, again, anecdotally, they don't give me their financial papers, but they're just on the cusp.
Yeah.
And I've heard from others that they lost their homes. They couldn't pay the mortgage.
Yeah, so the default rates we're seeing at the moment are still fairly low. They've risen from the lows that we saw during the pandemic, but they're not really higher than they were in 2019 before the pandemic. But we are hearing anecdotally, and this is something we're dealing with internally within the bank, because we need to have a good grasp on this as well, is that, there is concern that a lot of people are only just hanging on, right? I showed you the chart towards the end there about the income growth that people have seen. People who have seen that big increase in mortgage payments recently, they may have seen enough income growth to pay that mortgage. They can't buy much else afterwards, but they may just about be able to afford that. But that might not be the case in a year or 2 years' time, when other people who have not seen that same income growth will then be faced with a similar, maybe even worse, increase in their mortgage payments. But at the moment, the aggregate numbers are actually quite low, and again, reversing back a year, lower than we would have expected a year ago, given the slowing that we've seen in the economy.
So I have two more questions, if I may. One is a housing bubble. I've heard this term a number of times, and there seems to be some disagreement with different economists as to whether or not Canada has a housing bubble that is at risk of bursting. I'm thinking of what happened in the United States a few years ago, and it was quite nasty. I know we're different, but do you have any insights there?
So people were talking about a housing bubble in Canada when I moved here 12 years ago already, and housing prices have gone up a lot since then. And luckily, we didn't listen to those people, and we managed to get onto the property ladder. But I do think house prices are very elevated relative to incomes versus other countries. It's just a case of how that rectifies. Are we gonna, if interest rates stay at 5%, like if Tiff Macklem doesn't think we need to cut interest rates at all, if there's another supply shock globally where he decides he can't cut interest rates, then by next year in 2026, I think we see quite, a big decline in house prices, and people will be forced to sell their homes. I think under our scenario, where you get that reduction in interest rates, where people have to pay more, but not necessarily enough that they are forced to sell, and house price declines internationally, globally, historically, the biggest ones have come from forced selling, right? You would then get a period of, I would say, 5 to 10 years of very little house price growth, kind of ups and downs, but very little. And you would kind of reduce some of the affordability issues through little price growth, but with incomes kind of starting to catch up a little bit. But a policy mistake in terms of interest rates could certainly bring something worse than that.
I hope you're right.
Not the last part. The first part.
No, the first part.
The first part.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Not seeing any further speakers on this. Oh, sorry, Councillor Pauls. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I couldn't get on, sorry. I just was wondering, How long has the interest rate been low since our first increase? How many years was it?
So
did
during
the-
the pandemic, we were at the very low interest
How
rates.
many years was it?
How long was that? So it was 2020, they cut pretty soon.
Yeah.
They cut pretty quickly. And then they started increase in the first quarter of 22. So we stayed at those low levels for, let's say, between 18 and 24 months, yeah.
But, okay, so I'm just wondering, because during 2021 and 22, people were frenzied buying everything. Cottages, I know, the cottages that were worth 500 were $1 million, $1.5 million, and people were buying. And it was the opposite of what people were thinking, that if, you know, they were going to go higher even still if they didn't buy now. And so people were buying home. They were speculating on home too. Home builders would, you know how you speculate, I'm going to buy that house and in 3 years it's going to go up. And it doesn't now because of the interest rate. And I look around, they're all for lease now because people cannot move in. I'm just wondering, why didn't the Bank of Canada see this frenzy and say, hey, we got to stop on this. This is not, like, they knew what was going to happen. People were buying things that was ridiculous, buying a cottage for $1.5 million and houses for $1 million that, you know, it was like a garage. So why didn't they do that then? And waited till everybody is in a sinking boat, and then we'll raise the interest rate.
Well, and my answer to that is similar to my answer to a previous question when it comes to raising interest rates and raising them too much. In my view, every mistake that I believe the Bank of Canada and other central banks, not just picking on the Bank of Canada, but other central banks globally, have made since the pandemic started is treating supply-side issues as if they were demand issues. Yeah. Like, we saw such a big decline in the economy as COVID struck that they panicked. They cut interest rates. They then promised that interest rates would stay low for a long time, which reduced those mortgage rates even more than they otherwise would have been. And they kept them there. They kept them there because the unemployment rate was very high still. But as soon as government stepped in to protect people's incomes, COVID was a supply shock rather than a demand shock. Like, people had the money to spend, but they just weren't allowed to because of the health restrictions, right? And I think every mistake that the Bank of Canada has made, whether it's cutting interest rates too far, holding them there for too long, or in my view, as I mentioned earlier, raising them too quickly, has been because they're judging supply-driven trends, either in growth, unemployment, or inflation, as if they were demand-driven ones.
Yeah. And do you agree that during COVID as well, that the employee had the upper hand over the employer?
The employee, I think
Because they
people...
were demanding more more wages maybe, more ways to work.
I think during the period of reopening, that was the case, definitely. I think during the pandemic itself, when there were restrictions, employees who had the skills to work in areas that were still open had the upper hand, but obviously not everyone was skilled in those areas. And so the people who, couldn't find a job because their sector was closed, obviously they felt very differently with that. But I think upon reopening, the initial 3 to 6 months, they definitely had the upper hand, and that's what drove wages higher. That's partly what drove inflation. But again, that was kind of a temporary supply issue because we were reopening very quickly from the pandemic. That has reversed now, and I think employers are gaining the upper hand again versus employees as the labor market has kind of loosened.
Thank you for that. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. So once again, I'm not seeing any further speakers. So really want to thank you, Mr. Grantham, for your presentation and taking the time to answer council's questions. So we're going to receive the presentation and need a mover and a seconder to receive. Moved by Mayor Horvath, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Maureen Wilson. All in favor or opposed? Thank you. That carries unanimously. So moving on to item 6.2, we have a presentation on the tax-supported budget and financing plan. Mike Zagarek, the General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services, will provide the presentation. And just for committee's information before General Manager Zagarek starts, there is a report. When we get to the report, we are going to defer consideration of the report until January 30th. So we're all on the same page.
Good morning. Through Councillor Danko, Budget Chair, to all of committee. Andrew's left, but just wanting to thank Andrew. That was a very informative and engaged conversation, and thank you to committee for engaging with Andrew. He asked what to expect, and you didn't disappoint. I expected there would be many questions, and appreciative of Andrew sharing his insight with respect to what's transpiring nationally, internationally, provincially, and then some local content as well. So through the chair, the intent for today is to provide an overview of the proposed 2024 tax budget. Again, the intent for today is for staff to provide information content and for committee members to answer any questions, and staff are available to answer those questions. And just before I get into my content in terms of today's presentation, I'm going to invite City Manager Clucky maybe to speak to the process and to provide some opening comments to the process.
Through the chair, Marnie Clucky, City Manager. As Mike said, before we delve into the details of this year's budget, I'd like to provide just a brief intro and take a moment to acknowledge staff who have worked tirelessly to bring us to this point. As you know, in September of 2023, City Council was presented with a budget outlook that predicted a 14.2% property tax increase. So it's through much diligence and hard work by staff that they have made sure that the budget has gone in the right direction, managing to bring the budget down significantly from those initial estimates. This is a challenging time for residents. We know that. There are increasing financial pressures, and it's also a very tough budget year. So it has been crucial for staff to look carefully at the budget to ensure that the city is spending funds in the most critical areas that will improve people's lives. So staff has remained dedicated to providing the quality programs and services that Hamiltonians rely on in a responsible and sustainable way. So I want to give a sincere thank you to General Manager Zagarek and Director McMullen and their finance team. We certainly appreciate the leadership and expertise in steering the budget preparation. Thank you also to all of senior leadership team and their broader teams for their dedication and hard work. Those collaborative efforts are what are instrumental in shaping a budget that reflects Council's priorities and invests responsibly. And additionally, I want to thank Chair Danko and Vice Chair Wilson for their guidance on the process, and of course to the Mayor and all of Council. Thank you. Can you move? Oh, the slide is there. So this is the slide that was referenced by Chair Danko earlier. So at a high level, I'll just recap the budget timeline, where we have been, where we are, and where we're going next. On November 6th, we heard, well, I didn't, but you folks heard the public delegations. On January 12th, the budget book was published. Then on January 16th, we again heard public delegations, and we thank those delegates for their valuable feedback. And here we are today. We have heard from our external economist, Andrew, and now GM Zagarek will provide a budget overview. As the chair mentioned, this is for information only and questions and comments, but no decisions are sought from council today. Then on January 22nd, you will hear from the boards and agencies. Then between January 23rd and 26th, you will hear departmental presentations from staff outlining their budget proposals. This will also include a special housing presentation on the 23rd. On January 26th, it's intended for questions and next steps. Again, no specific decisions on the budget are intended at that time. And then on January 30th, it's reserved for budget deliberations, including the recommended capital, operating, and budget enhancements. Council direction that requires evaluation by staff can be approved on January 30th, so staff can then report back to all of you. And then, of course, on February 15th, there is a special council meeting for council to approve the final budget. Can you move the slide ahead, please? The proposed 2024 budget was created following Mayor Horvath's direction to staff, and that was to present a combined operating and capital budget that reduces the burden on taxpayers by a few things: responsibly utilizing strategic reserves, ensuring and prioritizing the investments that advance council's strategic priorities, and reviewing budgets for any redundancies or efficiencies that can be found. Can you move the slide ahead, please? So the proposed 2024 budget is striving to strike a balance by maintaining the core programs and services, investing in crucial areas like housing and homelessness, while working to reduce the tax burden. And this graphic illustrates the breakdown of the tax impact increase, including the provincial impacts and city service investments. A 4.3% increase relates to delivering the vital city services and strategic investments, with 1.6% of that, which you can see on the right, relating to new investments in housing and homelessness. Almost half of the increase, or 3.6%, is driven by legislative development charge impacts and funding for local hospital redevelopment. These provincial impacts are an extension of the continuing practice of the province to download, which crowds out investments in city services and infrastructure. So overall, the proposed budget being presented today would result in a 7.9% tax increase for council to consider. At this time, I'll turn it over to GM Zegarac to provide the budget presentation.
Great. Thank you, City Manager Clucky. Just before I dive into my presentation, I too want to extend some appreciation to senior leadership team for their hard work in terms of providing direction as well as informing the 2024 proposed tax budget, extending that out to our corporate leadership team as well. So thank you to our corporate leadership team, and then a sincere appreciation to Brian McMullen and our entire financial planning, policy, and administration team. They've been working diligently over the last number of months, especially over the last number of days. So I'll apologize right now for all of those late evening meetings and those late evening phone calls from me looking for information to help inform committee with your deliberations. So again, we've started the conversation this morning with respect to the proposed process and the timelines. The intent for today is to provide a summary of the 2024 proposed tax operating budget, as well as the 2024 proposed tax capital budget. And again, just a reminder, unlike previous years where we had a separate process with respect to the tax capital and tax operating budget, is what you'll see today is a combination of those two, but still some specific content with respect to operating as well as with respect to capital. The 2024 tax capital budget process really started in the fall of 2023 when staff presented an outlook, and it was through those discussions and deliberations, as well as the mayor's directive with respect to how staff are to approach the 2024 budget, that helped inform where we are today with respect to the proposed budget. Important to note that the 2024 budget satisfies provincial legislation. This is a balanced budget. There are no assumptions with respect to funding from senior levels of government. There are no assumptions with respect to aggressive revenue targets. Again, this is a balanced budget. As well, the 2024 budget balances the need for continuity of services with affordability. It captures several key investments and council priorities. It leverages the city's strong financial position to manage affordability. It responds to the rapid legislative changes and insufficient funding for provincial impacts. And it calls for continued support from senior levels of government surrounding housing and homelessness, climate change, and some of the unrealized revenue replacement tied to development charges and development charge exemptions. The 2024 budget advances Council's priorities. It advances sustainable economic and ecological development through reducing the burden on residential taxpayers, advancing our climate change initiatives and decarbonization efforts, and provides increased protection of our green spaces and water. It supports safe and thriving neighborhoods, increasing housing units for all, reduced homelessness, and improved mobility and accessibility and road safety. And finally, it supports working of City Hall and transparency in municipal government through a new and improved budget process, through increased public engagement, enhanced customer service and communications, and being considered and hopefully enhancing the city's position as an employer of choice. The proposed 2024 tax operating budget, and before I get into the net levy, I really want to spend some time with respect to the gross budget. And what the gross budget represents is the total investments being made in our community, being proposed in our community in 2024. Sometimes we spend all of our time discussing the net levy, and understandably so, because it is the net levy that informs property taxes. And sometimes we glance over the total investment being made in our community. So if you'll be patient and allow me some time to spend with you on our 2024 gross expenditures. You'll see that our 2024 City of Hamilton gross budget represents an investment of approximately $2.4 billion. And that reflects the proposed increase of 7.9%, which would represent approximately $382 increase for an average household. What that $2.4 billion is, again, in keeping with the direction, combined operating and capital investments in 2024. Approximately $2 billion with respect to the operating side of the budget, and approximately $400 million with respect to the capital side of the budget. And what it includes is approximately $382 million in social services, children and community services, long-term care, and Ontario Works. Again, this is the entire investment. This is inclusive of the municipal investment and inclusive of grants from senior levels of government. $276 million in transportation, $239 million in transit, $230 million in police services, $158 million in housing, $150 million in public health and emergency services being paramedic services, $143 million in parks and recreation, $123 million in fire services, and $88 million in waste management. And that, for the most part, makes up the $2.4 billion in investments. A busy slide, and I'm not going to take you through all the various pieces of this pie, and I'll leave it with you for you to praise and review. What I really want to spend a moment on is focusing on some of those services I've just referred to, and principally the social services that we share responsibility in terms of funding with senior levels of government, but you as council do not necessarily have control over their mandate. And those services being housing, social services, public health, as well as the provincial impacts with respect to DC exemptions and police. If you sum up those services of the $2.4 billion, they represent $1 billion of the $2.4 billion. So I'll leave that figure with you as I move over to the financing side. How do we fund the $2.4 billion? First off, you'll see, as you're all already quite familiar, we are principally reliant on property taxes. Property taxes is our principal source of revenue, and it makes up 50% of the funding. But again, bring it back to the $1 billion in provincial impacts, provincial shared services. We receive 60 cents on the dollar in terms of funding of those services. We incur $1 billion of expenses, and we realize $582 million in funding from senior levels of government to help fund the supporting of the delivery of those services. I'm going to spend some time through today's presentation talking about this theme as it relates to shared services and the increased reliance on municipal property taxes. And why I want to spend some time on that is the inequity of that practice of relying on property taxes. So again, you'll see the other funding sources, including reserves. With respect to the affordability strategy, staff are proposing drawing on from reserves, but in a responsible way for the proposed four-year budget 24 to 27. So again, other revenue sources, including development charges and investment income. Further breaking down the gross budget, the 2024 proposed gross budget represents an increase of about $273 million. And that includes $50 million in transit. Again, a reminder, operating and capital. $6 million towards the transit strategy, $6 million for employee-related costs, and $30 million towards the maintenance the maintenance and storage facility. Transportation, while we are drawing from reserves as part of the strategy, important to note, we're continuing on with the practice around good financial management and sustainability, which means we're not just drawing from reserves, we're investing in reserves as well going forward. So within transportation, about $4.5 million in contributions to reserves, including funding for the city's green fleet strategy. So additional investments in terms of hybrid vehicles and EV vehicles, and towards sustaining the replacement of those vehicles. As well within transportation is additional funding towards roads, bridges, traffic, approximately $11 million with respect to the capital investments. As well, contractual pressures. We're seeing contractual pressures affecting our maintenance budget tied to inflation. Housing. The housing investments of additional $32 million is towards the city's housing sustainability and investment roadmap. Provincial impacts. The provincial impacts represent the statutory DC exemptions that the municipality is not realizing revenue replacement irrespective of previous commitments from the provincial government. And then continuing on, you'll see external boards and agencies. This includes our external partners and with respect to Conservation Authority, library, and police. But it also includes approximately $500,000 for the City Enrichment Fund, as well as some funding commitments and obligations with respect to MPAC. And finally, with respect to waste management, some contractual obligations that are tied to inflation. And then continuing on, and I won't go through all of the program areas. You can see some of the other areas that are affecting the forecast $273 million increase in gross investments. Now, to take you through our net levy, which represents an increase of approximately $102 million, which represents a $102 billion net levy, an increase of approximately $101 million. I just wanted to highlight how we go from the gross budget to the net budget. How we get there is in part through reliance on reserves. This is not a new practice. We've relied on reserves each and every year through budget process. Just as a reminder, in 2023, we drew on reserves approximately $30 million towards housing and homelessness investments, as well as in response to the post-pandemic inflationary pressures. We had to draw on debt and reserves for infrastructure programs, approximately $27 million. We drew $12 million of that response from reserves, the balance through debt. What capital works in progress is, and I appreciate committees familiar with this term, but for the benefit of the public, as the city reprioritizes some capital projects or projects come to substantial completion, if there is available funding, what staff do is propose closing out those projects and appropriating those funds towards investments in our upcoming capital budget. So approximately $15 million in either surpluses or projects that have been reprioritized. We reflect development charge revenues as it relates to growth projects. Committee this week approved the user fee report, and that would represent just short of an additional $9 million. Grants and subsidies of approximately $8 million. Supplementary taxes, payments in lieu, $3 million. And then a $2 million adjustment where, for instance, our revenues, we're adjusting revenues to reflect market conditions, including in our recycling program. Some of those international impacts are affecting our budget with respect to the value of those commodities. So just wanting to explain how we arrive at the proposed net levy of $1.2 billion. Also, what's reflected in those aggregate numbers, but wanting to break down and to recognize again the support from senior leadership team is approximately $15.8 million in budget efficiencies. These are efficiencies that SLT's identified through looking at budget versus actuals based on 2023, looking at participation rates and adjusting our revenues, looking at our vacancies. Looking at our vacancies for two purposes. One is to reprioritize positions that have been vacant for a period of time, but $1.3 million of that $15 million tied to that in order to free up those FTEs to address council priorities and business cases, as well as looking at our vacancies and adjusting the term that we refer to as gapping. So increasing our gapping budget to reflect that positions are staying vacant for an extended period of time and capturing that. Where your money goes. So again, now staying with the net levy of approximately $1.2 billion. Here's the breakdown. Typically, we provide to taxpayers at the end of the budget process through tax billings, and it provides a breakdown in terms of the services that are provided. Again, a busy slide. I'll touch upon a few. Is if the 7.9% proposed increase were to be approved, an average household would experience a tax burden of approximately $5,166, and that's based on an average assessment of $385,000. Again, what I want to touch upon is some of the constraints you as council are facing as you continue or start your deliberations with respect to the 2024 budget. With respect to affecting the overall tax burden, where you're constrained is of the approximately $5,200, half of those investments or costs you're restricted to affect. So these are police services, these are social services, public health, Ontario Works, paramedic services, where you do not control the mandate. Effectively, we're a funding partner. In the case of education, approximately $600 we collect and remit, just a collection agency with respect to the education costs. So with respect to those services, they represent half of this tax bill, $2,500. And where council is challenged is to affect the affordability. You're effectively only controlling half of this pie. And that represents not only the challenges for this council, challenges for other municipal councils as well. With respect to the 2024 proposed levy budget, what staff have done is we've broken it down amongst three components or categories. Maintenance budget, these are the costs associated with delivering the 70 services we deliver today going forward. Strategic priorities, these are additional investments either aligned to council priorities or that council has endorsed leading up to the budget process. And then capital levy. And these are investments in part because it's legislative requirements, development charge exemptions. That's where the development charge exemptions are captured under the capital levy side, as well as increasing the investments in our capital budget to offset our inflationary pressures. There's a table in the budget book, table 11 in the budget book. It really speaks to the extraordinary pressures municipalities have faced over the last 3 years with respect to capital investments or capital projects. You'll see that in 2022, approximately 9% increase, 2023, a 16% increase, and again, going into 2024, approximately 9%. Consequently, staff have adjusted our 2024 capital budget to ensure the purchasing power of our capital investments. And that, in part, is a factor affecting the proposed increase in our capital levy, as well as the City of Hamilton's making progress with respect to funding the capital program through contributions. What we refer to is through the levy. Previously, we might have been as low as 11 to 13%. We're now at 15% proposed in terms of funding our capital program through the property taxes. So again, $39 million maintenance, $24 million to fund strategic priorities, and $20 million for capital. Again, a busy slide, but I'll bring this all together. You'll see the $39 million as it relates to the maintenance budget of the 70 services that we provide. Important to note, that is not necessarily like for like. Within the maintenance budget is year 7 and 8 of the transit strategy. So that's reflected in the maintenance budget as well. That's an additional 50,000 hours of services and the associated FTE to support that investment. And you'll see that represents an increase of approximately 5.9%. And then we have boards and agencies as a whole in terms of their operating budget, approximately 6.4, bringing us to a total levy increase or adjustment of about 5.2%. That then translates into a residential increase of approximately 4.6%. In the fall, you might recall staff were projecting assessment growth of 1%. We're now presenting a forecasted assessment growth with relatively high confidence of approximately 1.9%. This may in fact be a record level of assessment growth for the City of Hamilton over the last number of years. I believe previous high was 1.6%. Not surprisingly, given the activities in terms of building permits and the value, we'll have some additional information that speaks to assessment growth, and what we're hoping to be able to report back is some of the trends we realized last year, which was additional growth in the non-residential assessment base and aligning to Council's strategic priority with respect to growing non-residential growth. City Manager Clucky spoke to 1% that has been earmarked for the hospital, local hospital redevelopment. Important to note, Council has not made a decision with respect to providing financial support towards that redevelopment. Similar to the fall, staff have just identified that as a potential investment, and we've earmarked 1% potentially towards that municipal contribution. Reassessment, you'll see is zero. Just as a reminder, we have not had a reassessment since 2016, in part because of the pandemic. We do know 2025 will be a new reassessment period, and valuations will be based on January 1st, 2023. Some tax policy changes. So this, again, is tied to the last reassessment. When residential properties exceeded, all properties increased in value, residential increased at a higher rate than some of the other classes, and that represents a shift approximately 0.5. So with respect to the maintenance budget, again, city departments, approximately $39 million, inclusive of boards and agencies. And with respect to capital, again, we're just reflecting based on last year's, what the maintenance budget would represent is an increase of approximately 4.1%. But as I mentioned previously, the proposed financing strategy includes investments for capital as it relates to inflationary pressures, as well with respect to development charge exemptions. And that is the $20 million from the previous slide, just short of $21 million. There's a series of staff proposed business cases, and those are referenced in the budget documents. That represents additional $2.5 million, and council referred investments of approximately $22 million, for a total of approximately $1.17 billion. And then you can see what that represents as a change relative to 2023. And again, many of the same factors I've already spoken to, and that's how we arrive at a 7.9% average residential increase. So if we break down the maintenance budget a little further, as already mentioned today, our employee-related costs represents half of our total investment. In order to deliver the 70 sensational services that we deliver, we rely on staff. And we have a number of financial obligations with respect to those staff. So the $36 million reflects our collective bargaining obligations. It also reflects our employer benefit and government benefit pressures. A few adjustments in 2024. There's been a change in CPP. There's now a tiered process with respect to CPP and additional CPP tax with respect to employees. That affects both employees and employers that exceed a certain income threshold. Health benefits. We're seeing additional, the need for additional investments in employer benefits, specifically health benefits, of about 5 to 10%. What it also includes, we heard earlier today some of the challenges post-pandemic with respect to recruitment and retention, and council will recall we made some investments in 2023, those investments are annualized in that those investments were made with a July 1st effective date. So again, that's captured in the employee-related costs. Inflationary pressures, we're capturing approximately $17 million in inflationary pressures. And this includes about $7 million that are tied to contracts that we have that have escalation factors or inflationary factors adjustments in them. And this includes with respect to recreation, transportation, corporate facilities, and security and waste management as examples. What that number also captures, you heard me reference earlier, because of inflation, the additional investment we're making into reserves, including fleet reserves or vehicle reserves. That too, approximately $4.5 million is captured in the inflation factor as well. Spoken a bit around the transit service expansion of approximately 50,000 hours. Funding for social housing providers. There's a term that some councillors may be familiar with, benchmarking, where the provincial government sets a benchmark in terms of what housing service managers, City of Hamilton, is required to pass on to housing providers. That represents $2.8 million. There's a number of provincial funding agreement expenditures. What this really relates to is, I've mentioned cost-shared programs. Some of those cost-shared programs, while they're cost-shared, the provincial government has not increased their contribution since 2019. So the municipality has absorbed the inflationary pressure of those 5 years, and that represents an additional required investment of $2.8 million. Or sorry, $2.6 million. The annualization of last year's housing investments is $2.3 million. Again, this week council this week committee approved, and it'll be before council next week, is a user fee schedule that would represent approximately $8.8 million in additional revenues, offsetting some of the pressures. And then finally, I've already spoken to the proposed budget amendments that staff have incorporated into the 2024 tax-supported budget of approximately $16 million. What this graphic represents is, again, those services that are cost-shared between the provincial and principally provincial, municipal, but including federal governments. This graphic really is intended to capture what that represents in terms of the breakdown with respect to the municipal portion and the provincial portion. So what you see is, over this time period of 2019 to 2024, is the municipal portion has been increasing. And it's almost doubled over that time period. But the provincial and federal contributions have averaged approximately 30%, while the municipal portion has almost doubled. You may ask, what about 2023, 2024? In those 2 years, the provincial and federal contribution seems to have increased, and it did increase. And that increase is tied to the Canada Wild Child Care Program. So if I take a moment and I try to control for the Canada Wild Child Care Program, because again, wanting to recognize the value of those investments, but controlling for that, this is now the provincial federal program or investments in all other programs. Ontario Works, housing, public health, paramedic services. It has not changed. It's relatively flat over this period. The municipal contribution, again, excluding for children and community services, has doubled from approximately $123 million to $245 million. This really speaks to the need for a conversation with senior levels of government with meaningful investments in these programs, social programs, as well as providing municipalities the appropriate revenue tools to fund such programs. We are reliant on property taxes. These are programs that should be taxed through a less regressive, a more progressive form of taxation or income redistribution, such as income tax, commercial taxes. So, to reinforce that message, this really speaks to, and this isn't meant to be a comprehensive assessment of what's surrounding the City of Hamilton with respect to housing investments. What this slide is intended to reinforce is the need for that conversation, in that there is inequity with respect to the funding of these programs. So the bar graphs represent what we are able to extract in terms of municipalities' investments in housing and homelessness. Hamilton, Region of Peel, Toronto, Halton. We didn't purposely pick these municipalities. We saw where the information was available for us to extract. You can see that with respect to, and again, apologize, this was normalized on a per household basis. So we took the housing investments, homelessness investments, and to make them comparable, we took those and averaged them per household. You can see Hamilton approximately $691 per household, Peel $690, and Toronto $678. Halton, approximately $331. Then we also looked at affordability and ability to pay. So we looked at household incomes, and we're extracting this from our tax competitiveness study. If you're asking where are these numbers for Hamilton, that seems a little high. It's based on Stats Canada, our tax competitiveness study. And you'll see, in terms of affordability to pay, Hamilton is lower than those municipalities as it relates to household income. $111,000, Peel approximately $150,000, Toronto about $130,000, and then Halton Region $170. What this graph really speaks to is if I look at an average household's contribution to housing and homelessness relative to their household income, it is 3 times Halton's relative to household income. If I look at Peel and Toronto, their average household investments relative to household income is approximately 20% less than the City of Hamilton's. And this story really continues to break down even within the City of Hamilton. And this is what is referred to in terms of the regressiveness of property taxes as relates to social programs. I could take this exercise and I could replicate it within the City of Hamilton. And not to pick on particular geographic areas, but if I look at Ward 3, which has one of the lowest household incomes, and if I look at Ward 13 as having higher household income, it tells the same story. Because properties are taxed at the same tax rate for social services, we have this inequity. So again, it really speaks to the call for a conversation with senior levels of government with respect to meaningful investments in social programs. What's really driving our investments is housing and homelessness in this time period, and finding a more progressive way of funding of these programs. So I apologize for the amount of time spending on this topic, but I thought it was important to highlight that. So with respect to the Mayor's directive in terms of priority investments, you'll see in the budget documents a prioritization as directed with respect to business cases, and Council referred. What we've done is we've categorized those across the 3 priority areas. You'll see that they are ranked in the budget documents, and I won't go through this slide, I'll leave this slide for you, but effectively speaks to not only the 2024 net levy impact, but recognizing some of these would be introduced partially, partway in year, the annualized impact as well. And important to note that it does not include referred to budget process or proposed service enhancements for boards and agencies. Those would be outside of this information. On boards and agencies, what we've captured, and I think there's been some confusion within community, is the 7.9% does reflect a complete budget in terms of what has been forwarded to City Council from external boards and agencies. So including, again, the conservation authorities, the Hamilton Public Library. It also captures the City Enrichment Fund. It captures as well Hamilton Police Services in terms of their operating. And then we've also captured their capital investments as it relates to supporting the delivery of their programs and services. So again, overall, approximately a 6.6% operating impact and approximately $10.5 million in capital investments. Those are all captured in the budget documents, and they contribute to the proposed budget and the proposed 7.9% increase. With respect to complement, is what we've done is broken down the overall complement across operating impacts from capital. So as we invest in capital, there are costs associated with maintaining those assets or facilities. That represents an additional 8.8 FTE. As well, Council's already approved an additional 65.6 FTEs, and in part, those are tied to some requirements as it relates to development and planning. The Chief Building Officer has, and General Manager Thorne has some delegated authority to right-size the complement as it relates to their services. Those costs associated with those FTEs are offset through the associated fees and charges. So that in part represents, I believe, approximately 20 of the 65 FTEs, and then as well would be the other significant investment would be the transit strategy, approximately 43 FTE of the 65 tied to the transit strategy. And then there's a proposed additional 142 FTEs that are tied to the business cases and council referred items for a total of 216 FTEs, representing a total of approximately 6,500 FTEs if approved. So again, with respect to the proposed budget, it would reflect a proposed residential tax increase of approximately 7.9%, $382. And again, just for education and to inform, what we've done is we've broken down the 7.9% as we would have in previous years, often for tax billing purposes, to inform residents what's driving the programs. So with respect to provincially shared programs, you'll see they represent a significant portion, 2.6%. And that 2.6, over and above what's already been presented to committee as the statutory DCs, are the provincial share programs that we spent some time this morning highlighting and speaking to. So that's housing, that's public health, that's paramedic services, that's OW. So those programs represent approximately 2.6% of the increase. The statutory exemptions, 2.6. Hamilton Police Services, 0.9% of the 7.9%. Other boards, agencies, 0.1. Again, the hospital levy, it's a placeholder. Council has it committed to this as 1%, leaving the costs associated with all the other city departments, not the provincially shared programs, not the statutory DC exemptions, not boards and agencies, not police, of approximately 0.8%. And again, what's contributing in part to this is SLT's efforts to reduce the tax burden and affordability of the 1.3% in efficiencies and savings. So with respect to the affordability strategy, you'll recall we started the conversation in the fall of 2023. Staff presented an outlook of 14.2%, and what is before committee today is a proposed budget that would represent a required property tax increase of approximately 7.9%. So how did we get from 14.2 to 7.9? In part is in the capital budget that was presented, or pressures presented in the fall, we captured approximately a 5% increase. And we've adjusted that by approximately 3%. And we did so in part by leveraging the city's strong financial position. So when I say the city's strong financial position, that's not General Manager Zagirik interpretation of the city's strong financial position. That is our credit rating agency's report in the city's financial position. And so what that strong financial position really captures, there's a number of categories. There's what's referred to as liquidity, and that's our reserves and our cash holdings. It's our debt burden as well that's captured in. Financial management's captured in. The fact that we benefit by being a function of the province and we're able to rely on the province. So again, we're leveraging that strong financial position, not only for 2024, it's really a 4-year strategy, 24 to 27, and I'll unpackage that a bit this morning as well. And how are we leveraging those reserves in terms of affecting affordability? The development charge exemptions is such a significant pressure going not into 2024, but through the whole year, full 4-year period, is staff are recommending phasing in the development charge pressures over that period. So relying on reserves and then building up the property tax base so that we can wean ourselves off of that reliance on reserves. As well as we recognize we have some large projects, such as the transit and maintenance facility. So cash flowing that project. So that project now is reflected as a 2024 and 2025 investment. And you'll see how that then consequently impacts our 2025 forecast. As well, just with respect to the transit maintenance storage facility, we're not just leveraging city reserves, we're leveraging, well, in fact, we're leveraging a city reserve, but that is funded from senior levels of government. There's an additional $35 million in Canada Community Investment funds that staff are proposing be invested towards the financing strategy for the maintenance storage facility. So this is previously federal gas tax funds. So we had sufficient reserve balance as a one-time to make such an investment while still supporting our transportation program. And what this effectively does as well is it reduces our debt burden. Otherwise, we would be funding that $35 million through additional debt. We're also leveraging approximately $73 million in reserves for the housing sustainability in the investment roadmap, in the hope that in the coming years there will be a conversation with senior levels of government with respect to real partnership in housing and homelessness. What it also captures, and I'll speak to that as well, but important to highlight now and to reinforce it, is that also includes the $30 million that the community has asked the City of Hamilton to put forward towards partnerships going forward for housing, sustainability, and stability. So again, it reflects, if approved, a local commitment with the hope and expectation that would leverage investments from senior levels of government and community. Leveraging approximately $18 million in reserves for the phase-in of provincial impacts and employer-related costs. So again, in part tied to development charge exemptions, but as well as collective bargaining represented a pressure going into 2024, the outcome, as well as our WSIB pressures, and as well as we're providing some additional funding to police services as it relates to their WSIB pressures. So that represents the $18.4 million. And again, finally, the staff reflected efficiencies and reductions of approximately $16 million. And that effectively explains how we arrived at 7.9% from our starting position through the outlook of 14.2%. Recognizing that there's been some changes since the fall of 2023. There were some additional investments with respect to end of mortgage and with respect to litter management, but those two are accommodated within the proposed budget and proposed 7.9% residential tax increase. So continuing on with respect to the reserve strategy. So with respect to housing stability and investment roadmap, again, $72 million in reserve contributions. And important to note, this is over the time period 2024 to 2027. So we wanted to capture that. While Council's being asked to approve the financing strategy with respect to 2024 and through to 2027 in principle, not all of these funds will be expended in 2024. For instance, the $30 million I referenced in terms of housing stability, those funds would be approved and earmarked pending subsequent or further reports in terms of how those funds would be leveraged and invested in community. So unpacking the $72 million encampment protocol, $4.6 million to be invested over the time period 2024 to 26. $13.9 million in hotel overflow investments, and again, earmarked for the period 2024 to 26. Family shelter system support, approximately $1.9 million over the time period 2024 to 26. End of mortgage strategy, $20 million, just short of $21 million for the period 2024 to 27. And supportive housing, again, that is the $31 million I've already spoken to. And currently we're reflecting it as an opportunity 2024 to 26, but that'll be subject to partnership and the ability to develop partnership. So that is the reserve strategy as it relates to housing stability and investment roadmap. And there's really 4 buckets to the reserve strategy. The next bucket being property tax affordability. So the property tax affordability strategy leverages about $66 million in reserves. In part, what we're recognizing is transit is still not at pre-pandemic levels in terms of ridership and revenue, as well as the proposed investments in years 7 and 8 of the transit strategy. And staff are recommending drawing $16 million from reserves to allow transit to recover in terms of ridership while still supporting the investments with respect to the 10-year transit strategy. I've already spoken to the shortfall in provincial funding agreements, and staff are proposing leveraging reserves of approximately $5 million to offset those provincial funding shortfalls. Employee-related costs of approximately $41 million, and again, those are commitments as it relates to collective bargaining, as well as some benefits with respect to WSIB benefit entitlement. Winter control, approximately $3.7 million to phase in the investments in winter control. So with respect to the property tax affordability strategy, what you'll see is you may be curious why winter control, why that mix of measures. What you'll see in the budget documents and in the appendices, and I'm going to get it wrong, but there's an appendices with respect to the reserve strategy, so I won't guess which reserve. Staff are recommending closing out a number of reserves or reducing reserves. And the reserves that we're recommending closing out or reducing in part inform the strategy. We have a winter control reserve. We haven't been required to leverage that reserve over the last number of years. So what we're proposing is leveraging that reserve and then closing out that reserve. We have some aged stabilization or stability reserves in social services that we haven't been required to access. We're recommending leveraging those reserves and closing out those reserves. We have our investment stabilization reserve. That's one of the reserves we've been leveraging over the last number of years in terms of some in-year investments. We're recommending leveraging that reserve, leaving a balance of about $15 million to safeguard our investment strategy. And with respect to transit, we have the provincial gas tax revenue sharing, and we have some additional potential with respect to the provincial gas tax revenue sharing that we are proposing leveraging to help to offset some of the post-pandemic ridership shortfalls, as well as the additional investments in terms of the transit strategy. What the reserve strategy is intended to be is a responsible reserve strategy. And where we are targeting the reserve strategy is where council has control over, and that is our discretionary reserves. And so you'll see at the bottom of this pie, or of this stack bar, is those discretionary reserves. We're not recommending depleting our discretionary reserves, but drawing on some stabilization reserves to allow us to affect the affordability and to somewhat spread out these investments over the 4-year period while still preserving some ability to deal with potential in-year pressures. And what that ability is, as we look forward to 2024, staff are still proposing maintaining a responsible balance in a number of our stabilization reserves. In our unallocated capital levy, $24 million we're proposing as a balance for 2024 in that reserve. In our tax stabilization reserve, just short of $32 million in our tax stabilization reserve for 2024. In our investment stabilization reserve, approximately $9 million for 2024. The reserve at the top, or second section at the top, is the future fund reserve. Council has discretion over the future fund reserve, and if required, council could leverage the future fund reserve as whether as it relates to a crisis in year, an emergency in year, or as part of the evolving strategy, financing strategy as it relates to future budgets. And then there's this very large portion of reserves which are obligatory reserves. And what obligatory reserves really refer to is those reserves that are established under legislation that are required to be used for the intended purpose. These are development charge reserves. These are building fund reserves, some planning reserves. And so we are not proposing affecting those reserves. Where we are focused on is the discretionary reserves. And what you'll see is the strategy, while is to draw on the reserves over this time period, is those reserves somewhat get replenished, maybe not back to their levels in 2023. But important to note is this strategy continues to make investments in reserves. And I've spoken to the fleet one, but the most significant investment we make in discretionary reserves is our investment strategy and the investment income that comes out of our investment strategy. In 2023, our investments in bank holdings generated $50 million to be reinvested in reserves. A good practice. Not all municipalities apply their investment income to reserves to affect the ability of those reserves to be sustainable. Some municipalities apply it to reduce tax burn, but to date, the City of Hamilton has applied those funds back to reserves. So important to note that while, yes, we're drawing from reserves as part of the strategy, in part, we're replenishing back to those reserves. Now, when you draw from your reserves, your bank account, and you're going to generate less investment income. So yes, we'll have less investment income going back into the reserves, but it will still be significant in terms of those contributions back into reserves. So just wanting to spend some time just for the benefit of committee and council, community and committee with respect to the reserve strategy and unpacking it a bit in terms of the balance staff are proposing in terms of reliance on reserve and reinvestment in reserves. But this reserve strategy will only be effective if there is a commitment towards the 4-year strategy. And what this is intended to demonstrate, illustrate, yes, we're drawing on reserves in 2024. Yes, we're drawing on reserves in 2025 and impact in 2025 because of some tax affordability, capital inflation, and DC exemptions. You'll see we're proposing weaning ourselves off of reserves, but that is going to require tax increases in those future years in order for us to wean ourselves off of those reserves. You know, if you're taking less money out of your savings account to pay for bills, you need more income to offset that reliance on your savings account. And our principal source of income is unfortunately property taxes. And so you'll see that reflected as part of the 4-year strategy. So with respect to the multi-year forecast, that strategy does have an impact in the terms of the multi-year forecast. Is what we're capturing and reflecting is the impacts of the DC exemptions, our capital inflation in terms of our capital program, our tax affordability, and you'll see that reflected in the 4-year forecast. Later today, just checking time, later this afternoon, I'll be speaking to the capital program. Important to note that what's affecting these future forecasts as well is the staff's proposed increases into our capital program. So while 2024 is focused on our transportation assets, and you'll know that through Public Works, through Director Leishman, is you've already received the Transportation Asset Management Plan. Is that plan is a 10-year plan that calls for a phase-in effectively of approximately $95 million so that at the end of the 10 years, we've addressed the infrastructure gap for transportation. We're going to have that same requirement with respect to other assets, and that in part is affecting the whole strategy, but other assets come on board in 26 and 27. So again, just wanting to message that the reserve strategy really in terms of being effective will require some discipline in terms of weaning ourselves off those reserves and replacing that revenue with other sources of revenue. Currently, we're assuming property taxes, but again, this in part can be mitigated if senior levels of government are willing to have a different conversation with municipalities. So in terms of our comparators, always somewhat hesitant to put up the comparator slides. We saw the example of housing and with respect to Halton, and not wanting to sound like we're picking on Halton, but using that as a neighbor and as an example. What you heard is social services housing is a priority investment and is affecting our 2024 budget. You heard legislated impacts, DCs, are an impact in terms of our 2024 to 2027 budget. When you think of our neighbor and the fact that our neighbor is principally built out, they will not have those same development charge pressures because they're not experiencing the same pace of growth. So a municipality that is experiencing the pace of growth, for instance, City of Hamilton, that legislated impact has a greater impact to our municipality than a municipality that may be principally fully built out. So in terms of where we are with respect to comparators, I'll pick off of Andrew's because I think Andrew threw out Toronto, so I'll start with Toronto. Toronto is at a current position 10.5 with a little caveat that's not on the slide. It assumes $250 million in federal funding. Exclusive of that $250 million of federal funding, they're at 16.5% for 2024. Guelph is approved 8.5, our current position 7.9, and you'll see it varies across the spectrum of municipalities. And it could be impacts such as collective bargaining, whether or not they haven't entered into the next round of collective bargaining. Again, we talked a bit about development charges. Their investments in priority or key investments such as housing, as well as other social services such as paramedics, is across every municipality, there are different priorities that affect their budgets. So again, we do share this, we'll continue to share it, but again, we don't necessarily know, while we have conversations, we don't necessarily know the strategy each municipality has taken in terms of informing their 2024 budgets and their financing plan. Just in terms of if there was a expectation to arrive at a 7% increase, it would require approximately $10.8 million of further savings or reductions, and then you can see the required reductions increase, the lower the residential tax increase. And again, just for the benefit of committee and members of the public, 1% now in terms of a residential tax increase generates approximately $12 million of revenue. And again, that's based on an average assessed value of $385,000. Shifting now to the 2024 proposed tax capital budget. So the 2024 to 2027 capital financing plan really focuses on a few core areas. We talked a bit about asset management and with respect to transportation. And again, the 2024 to 2027 in part addresses the transportation asset management plan and the requirement. Now, it is a multi-year strategy. It's a 10-year strategy. And so it would represent approximately a 0.8% increase each and every year to accommodate the shortfall, approximately $95 million by the end of that 10-year strategy. As well as it addresses the deficiencies with respect to revenue replacement for our statutory DC exemptions. It also supports the inflationary increases I've spoken to previously in terms of our block funding. So we've adjusted the block fundings to accommodate inflation to ensure that the purchasing power is there in our capital programs, block programs. Also includes investments in transportation, in transit, and then as well as enabling our growth and development strategies as well. And we are also striving to maximize our utilization of federal and provincial funding, including those reserves I've mentioned as part of the reserve strategy, which is the Canada Community Investment Fund, as well as the provincial gas tax revenue sharing. So with respect to the Transportation Asset Management Plan, as I mentioned, it's just short of a 0.9% each and every year as part of the 10-year strategy. Core non-assets, I mentioned previously, staff will deliberate on core non-assets 2025, and what we're representing in the capital financing plan is a placeholder of approximately 0.5%. We don't know whether that 0.5% will be sufficient. We'll await the information that our colleagues in asset management present as it relates to non-core assets in 24-25. I've already mentioned we're taking a phased-in approach with respect to statutory development charges, so we're relying on reserves. In part, we're building up the capital levy in part. So with statutory exemptions, those represent just short of a 0.8% impact in the years 24 through 26, and then followed by a 0.6% in 2027. The non-statutory, the discretionary development charge exemptions, you can see they represent approximately a third of an increase in each of the years 24 to 26. So you may see you will see in the budget documents is what staff are proposing is a 6-year strategy with our sort of legacy development charge exemption. So we have approximately $45 million in discretionary development charge exemptions we have to fund. And this strategy in part contributes to funding that liability over a 6-year period. And then some service requirements for additional debt. What's really driving this in 2025 is the maintenance and storage facility. That represents approximately 2/3 of the required debt, levy increase to service debt, and then some additional investments with respect to the West Harbour development and AGD. And that then reflects in terms of the capital levy increases. So again, tying this into the multi-year forecast, again, you'll recall 2025, we're forecasting 7.7% residential tax increase. That already captures the proposed increase in the capital levy in 25, 26, and 27. So just wanting to highlight in terms of the residential increases in future years, it's not only some of these factors like DC exemptions, but as well it's investments towards our core assets, our infrastructure assets as well. With respect to debt, so wanting to tie in the overall strategy to council policies, as well as trying to maintain that strong financial position. Council has some debt targets with respect to tax and rate-supported debt. The approved 2024 water budget and the proposed 2024 tax budget has, with respect to debt as a percentage of own source revenues, and this is what Council has set as a target. Council's target 60%. We're proposing to be at 18%, so below target for 2024. DC supported debt as a percentage of total DC eligible costs, Council has set a target at 25%. For 2024, we'll be at 1%. Now, that seems very low, and it will increase in future years. Our water budget and program is one of those factors as it relates to infrastructure and some large projects in our Hamilton Water programs and services. And finally, our external credit rating agency, they assess our debt based on debt as a percentage of, they adjust what's referred to our own revenues. So revenues excluding subsidies and grants. So if there were to be a downturn, what is the city's ability to see ourselves through that downturn? They set a threshold in order to maintain AAA credit rating of 30%, and 2024 we're proposing to be below that 30% threshold. With respect to the gross capital investment strategy, transportation, you can see represents approximately $121 million, transit $65 million, development charge exemptions, third highest in terms of required funding, $62 million. And then you can see working down this graphic in terms of the other asset categories or classes that make up the overall just short of $412 million gross investment. The gross financing strategy, you can see, is with respect to, and this is principally to offset or address the inflationary pressures and legislated DC impacts, approximately 35%, operating impact 30%. You can see debt, approximately 1%, subsidy, Canada Building Fund. So again, this is a one-time. We're leveraging some available funding for the main storage facility to increase the Canada Building Fund. One would expect in a typical year about $35 million. So almost doubling that as a one-time. And then development charges being the last category component. I won't go through this list of major projects. I'll leave it with committee, but you can see a breakdown of major investments for the capital program for 2024 in terms of, I'll just make reference in terms of transit, roads, asset management, and other. And in terms of the four-year strategy, again, what you'll see is a lower reliance on reserves overall in the four-year strategy, a greater reliance in terms of the overall on property taxes, on the levy, development charges, building fund overall, a lower reliance, recognizing 2024 will be greater, and then the other components, other revenue and external debt. Again, the major projects in the four-year forecast with respect to transit, roads, facilities, and the last one I'll just highlight is parks and master plan. This is earmarking $102 million in parkland dedication reserves and parkland acquisition reserves for the parks master plan. So projects have not been identified to date, but what we're earmarking is $102 million over the time period 2025 to 2027. And through the chair, my last slide. Thank you for your patience and happy to answer any questions committee may have and looking to rely on the broader team to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager Zagarek and your entire team for this very comprehensive report on a very difficult and different budget year. So appreciate that. It's 12:15, so what I'm going to suggest is that we pause for a break for half an hour. We'll give Mike, General Manager Zagarek, an opportunity to rejoin the bench there. We'll come back and then go on with questions. However, I know the mayor has an appointment she has to step out for, so maybe I could just turn it over to the mayor for some initial discussion, and then we'll break for lunch. Mayor?
Thanks very much, Chair Danko. I'm not going to speak in any detail. I do want to apologize. I have a funeral that I have to attend, and so I do have to leave. My staff, though, both physically here at City Hall as well as online, are monitoring, so I'll be hearing from them in terms of what I miss with the issues and concerns that you're raising. So I'm not going to get into any detail at all. I look forward to your perspectives and what you're going to add to the conversation today. But I do want to to say that this has been an amazing presentation. You did a fantastic job, you and your team, Mike, and I want to say thank you very much for that. I think it was very clear, very obvious, you know, where the pressures were, what the solutions are, where the inequities exist, how the other orders of government, and we always talk about that, but you laid it out so clearly in terms of how the lack of appropriate partnership dollars is impacting our budget and our tax burden on our residents. And there are a couple of slides particularly that I think we should just take out ads in the paper, to be honest with you, because it's quite apparent. And I think the first one was page 4, slide 4, with the pie chart. And when if you could pull up that pie chart, that'd be amazing. But one of the things that I noticed right away in the pie chart, and it's something that that I'm glad has been reflected in the graphic way, because oftentimes it's hard to explain these things in numbers, but when you see the physical kind of pie chart representation, you really do get an amazing picture here. So proposed 2024 residential tax increase, the pie chart shows that on the 7.9 that's in front of us, 2.7 is related to City of Hamilton services, period. 2.7. Increases for new investments in housing and homelessness, which do not belong on the property tax base, period. Do not belong there. That's 1.6%. And then the provincial responsibility for the pressure that development charge changes are bringing to us is 2.6%. So really, that's 4.2% right there if I'm doing my math. 1.6, 2.6, and then 1%, which is also a provincial responsibility. And I think Councillor Jackson's been very clear in outlining that hospitals don't belong on the municipal tax base. So really, 7.9% in front of us. Do we like that? No. How much do we actually control of that? Well, if we want to completely ignore the homelessness and housing crisis that we've all been talking about and that our constituents are talking about and that nobody wants to see, and that a caring community that we are, it doesn't reflect our values. So that 1.6%, yeah, we're taking it on. We shouldn't have to, but we do have to. It's our obligation and responsibility to build the kind of community and city that we can feel proud of, and that we're doing everything we can to help support people in very difficult times. So I want to say to the staff again, and to the council, and to the community, nobody wants to be at 7.9. We know it's going to be painful for people, but neither do we want to pretend that we don't have a housing and homelessness crisis, and neither do we have any choice when it comes to the 2.6%, and of course the 1% is also going to be up for debate. But really 7.9, only 2.7% of that is really belongs on our plate. I do want to also say, though, that there has been some conversation about, people setting their hair on fire about the idea of using reserves and debt financing and those kinds of things. That's just nonsense. And I think what this presentation showed is exactly what kind of nonsense that is. And so let's not get our knickers in a knot about what is actually a very responsible financing plan to reduce the pressures on our residential taxpayers when it comes to the body of work, the requirements that we have to serve our public in a responsible way. So I can't tell you how grateful I am to all of you for the conversations we've had over this last year and getting up to this point, particularly to the staff who've done an amazing job in terms of embracing the directive, really, that I put forward. And so whether that's looking at existing programming, and we talked about, I think Mike talked about the gapping, and Mike talked about the repurposing of FTEs and all of those kinds of things, as well as the financial tools or levers that we've undertaken. I am very proud. I want to say that, and I'll end by once again extending my gratitude to the chair and co-chair of the committee. It's been a journey. But it's the beginning, I think, of a positive journey where we're all kind of at the same place. We all have the same information. We all know where the decision points are, where the pressure points are, where some of the solutions are, and the fact that you know, we have a tough year, and we knew we would, and it's not the last year where it's going to be a little bit tough. Again, I regret so much that I have to not be here. I will go to the funeral. I will likely then probably go home if the meeting's still happening and log on for online. So I just thought I'd let everybody know that. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mayor. So with that, I'm going to take a motion to recess, moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Cassar. We will return at, let's say, 1 o'clock.
Okay.
40 minutes. 40.
And we're recessed to 1 o'clock. Thank you, Clerk. Ready to resume? So we have a quorum in the room. We're going to resume our General Business Committee budget meeting, January 19th, 2024. We just had the comprehensive presentation from the General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services. So at this time, we're just going to open up the floor to questions. On our speakers list, first is Councillor Kretsch, followed by Councillor Wang, Nan, Jackson, and Clark. Councillor Kretsch, please kick us off.
Thanks very much. As Councillor Danko said, this is our first budget as a new council. And as such, I'm spending as much time as I can this month reviewing it, line by line even. To not only continue to increase my understanding, but also make sure I understand the details. And some of my questions here are going to be broad, but I'll sort of save as many detailed questions as I can for later. But I deeply appreciate the changes in this budget presentation. Frankly, a lot of them are clear. I've been calling for clarity for a long time, so I just want to acknowledge the fact that there is a lot more clarity here. It's been broken down in simpler terms, and I think that's important. On that, though, my first question is really about the consolidation of these documents. And so one of the big things that came from the Mayor's directive, and I'm sorry she's not here to hear this, but the Mayor's directive was about consolidating the capital and operating budgets together. And I think as an exercise we're there, but physically, in terms of jamming them together, we're not quite there yet. I'm assuming that's the future. We're going to try and make it more seamless. Meanwhile, there's a couple of different descriptors used for the documents we have, and I wonder if you could answer a question about those. One is called the consolidated operating budget. One is called the preliminary capital budget. What does that mean?
Through the chair, I'll start with the latter. The preliminary capital.
Hold on a second, General Manager. I'm getting an echo. It's been resolved. Councillor Beattie, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
I apologize if you had to hear me twice. The preliminary capital budget really represents that it is staff's preliminary or proposed budget that is being presented to council for council then to deliberate on, and the final budget being then council approved budget. I apologize, Councillor Kretsch, can you repeat your first question?
Yeah, I think the first question is just around, are these things going to be merged together in a more seamless manner in the future? So we have kind of one budget document?
Through the chair, we'll continue to look at how to do that, recognizing there'll be some components of the capital budget that speak to specific projects and the financing plan. But we'll continue to look in terms of best practices, how other municipalities are able to do that. But I will point out that when council does approve the budgets, we do produce a final consolidated tax operating and capital budget. So again, there is a final document that does reflect council's approved, but we'll continue to look at best practices and how other municipalities integrate and merge the two components.
Thanks. Yeah, I know other municipalities do that, so that's helpful. You talked a bit about, you used the word estimated when you described the budget at 7.9% all the time. You're always saying estimated, and you're very careful and deliberate, frankly, in saying it regularly and often. I think it doesn't mean that you're talking about rounding. Could you really unpack that word estimated? Because you're deliberate with it. So I think it's important for you to have a chance to say why.
Yeah. Through the chair, it really does reflect, the rounding, it may be 7.91, but again, what it reflects is the forecast operating, the forecast capital investments, and the necessary tax increase in order to fund those investments. But again, in terms of estimated, I could have used approximate or about, but again, there will be another factor after the 9.
Right, so it is just mathematical is what you're saying. It's not actually saying there are other things we're not quite sure about here that might impact this number. It's really just about rounding.
So through the chair, that's correct. And I appreciate the question, and I apologize if I eat into Councillor Kretsch's time, because I didn't touch upon this, and I should have touched upon it, because it's really tied to the Councillor Danko, the chair's opening comments. One of the changes in what has been presented to you is this is a complete budget. And what I mean by complete, and I'm using my words now carefully, is at this stage in previous years, we would have still carried the estimate of 1% versus what we are fairly confident to be for 2024 is 1.9%. You also may recall last year when Council deliberated on the 2023 budget, there was a final adjustment with respect to provincial funding for long-term care. The province had made for-profit long-term care providers property tax exempt, and that might have been 2017, and they've carried one-time funding each and every year. So what we've done is we've assumed that as part of the 2024. Now, we've assumed low-risk factors to the budget, and so I appreciate this time just to make that clear in terms of one of the changes in case there's an anticipation that staff will have some favorable updates in the coming weeks, we've tried to factor that into this proposed budget.
Reading my mind, I appreciate that. And through the chair, the next question I have, I was going to get into some more detail. You talked about, I have two after that, you've talked about the gross budget, and you gave us a new set of pie charts, right? So the gross budget pie chart and the net tax levy pie chart. I want to strip the language out of these pie charts in terms of gross and net tax levy and all that kind of stuff, and just ask a simple question. What is in that the first pie chart that's not really reflected or shifts in the second pie chart? So you talked about sometimes provincial monies. Are those in the first pie chart in terms of maybe the province's contributions to paramedics? Is this more related to what many people may not know exists, but it's called the get it on my screen, the financial information return the city puts forward? Is it more in line with that? So that's my question to you.
To the chair, not necessarily in line with the financial information return. What the difference really is revenues. So the net budget really reflects what we tax for. The gross is net of all other revenues such as subsidies, reserve contributions that effectively reduces our net budget in terms of determining what we have to tax for. So the principal difference is sources of revenue that reduces the gross investment to bring us to our net levy.
Thank you very much for that slightly simpler explanation. I really appreciate that. The last two questions, one's on term of council priorities and the last one's on the reserves. So on term of council priorities, I think we spent a lot of time on those, frankly. And I saw you introduce that up front, but I wondered if a more detailed or maybe even a broad scope mapping has been done to show the public and council where those investments are directly being made, how this budget actually maps directly to those priorities and where it doesn't. I understand that may be a future activity, but I'm understanding where we are with that today.
Through the chair, you'll see that same breakdown through all the departmental presentations. So we'll continue to unpack that next week through the departmental. So each department is being consistent where they are impacting, and in some cases we may not have an impact in a particular department, a particular priority. And then there will always be factors outside of those priorities, a legislative requirement, or just in terms of how we deliver services. So that'll get further unpacked through the departmental presentations.
Thanks. And just to clarify, we're not going to see those mappings really in the budget, but we'll be able to try and glean some of that from the departmental presentations. Okay, I'll wait for those. Last is about the reserves. So you gave some slides about reserves here, and I'm trying my best to understand. I'm going to use some simple math. Your math was $12 million for every 1% of the budget. Well, I looked at the number for reserves for this year being taken out was $152.6 million. And so quick math tells me that's 12.7%. But when you had that slide up where you talked about the reserve implications, the total on that slide was actually $90.7 million in reserves. So there's kind of $69.1 million in reserves that's not accounted for on that slide. And I was thinking to myself, well, does that mean that that was originally part of your initial budget assumptions on the 14.2% budget? Those were already included there. And this 90.7 is a further drawdown from the reserves to get us to 7.9. I'm trying to make sure I understand that quite clearly.
Through the chair, the councillor's right, and then there's one further factor, is the slide that I presented in terms of the reserve strategy. You'll recall it really spoke to the 2024 to 27 strategy. So what we're asking council is to endorse the reserve strategy, recognizing some of those reserve draws will be in 2024, but some may be in future years. So to the best of our ability, we've identified what the total reliance on reserves is over the 24 to 27 period. And then what we have, and again, we can provide this as clarifying information, how much of that is tied to 2024 specifically.
Great. And my last question as a follow-up to that is just to make sure, again, I further understand what the implications of that are. So, and again, as simple a way as I can do it with math, you're saying, let's just go back to the 14.2, right? And we used $69.1 million to get us down to 14.2. Had we not done that, then if we divide that by 12, we're looking at about, 5 or 6%, gets us to about 20%. So is that a reasonable understanding of the pressure that we would have on the budget at that stage, right, without having access to that level of reserve funding?
Through the chair, that's correct. In fact, if we did not rely on reserves, our proposed budget would reflect the additional tax impact and then exclusive of any further amendments in terms of what is being presented. So again, the affordability, the purpose for relying on the reserves in that affordability component, recall 4 buckets. One is the housing, one is the affordability, and then the capital in terms of the legislated and inflationary. Specific to the affordability, it does reduce the reliance on property taxes, but then so too does the housing to some extent, not a full extent, but to some extent.
Thank you so much for the answers to those questions. I'm going to continue to try to bring the math everywhere I can in this budget process.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next speaker is Councillor Wang, followed by Councillor Nan, Jackson, Clark, and McMeekin. Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you. I was along the same lines as Councillor Crutch. I was trying to understand the reserve strategy. So if we refer back to your presentation on slide 27, and I'm happy to share my screen just to show you what I'm talking about. When it comes to this, I wanted to understand hotel overflow and end of mortgage strategy. I've kind of asked about the end of mortgage strategy to Housing Director Michelle Baird and to Brian Krebs, but I was wondering if you could just unpack those two just a little bit more for me.
Through the chair, I appreciate the question, and I think I touched upon this, so let me expand and be clear with respect to the end of mortgage strategy. So this, again, is as it relates to where federal governments provided housing providers funding as it relates to their mortgage costs, and as those obligations are exhausted, is the federal funding goes away, and so too does the mortgage, but city staff recognize that housing providers need incremental funding in order to ensure that housing stock remains available. The report that went to council recommended a multi-year strategy whereby the annual funding would be $20.8 million at the end of that strategy. So phased in, for instance, $5 million each and every year, such that at year 5, it would represent $20 million in base funding. Within the mayor's directive and within that affordability guideline, as well as council priority, what staff are proposing is that we earmarked $20.8 million in total over the period 2024 to 27. So $5 million each and every year. Housing services will continue to work in terms of what the needs are over those 4 years and priorities, but it would represent effectively a one-time reliance on reserves of $20 million to be invested with housing providers in order to sustain the operations of social and affordable housing stock.
So just to be clear, we're saying 20.8 million, but over 4 years. But we're accounting for that in 2024. Is that right?
Through the chair, we're looking for council's commitment to this strategy. Now, it may be 3 million of the 12 or 20 million that's required in 2024. And because this is reserves, we would earmark, if approved, we would earmark the $20.8 million, and then we would manage it over the 4-year period, and housing would determine what the needs are over that 4-year period in consultation with housing providers. Somewhat similar to the supportive housing, $31 million. What we're looking for is council to approve the $31 million, but again, that would be set aside and earmarked for partnership going forward. So in terms of the reserve strategy, to be clear, is not all of these funds will be invested in 2024. What we're looking for is a commitment. Those funds will continue to reside in reserves, and then we would work, in the case of the Housing Sustainability Investment Roadmap, finance would work with housing services with respect to the pace of those investments, and I expect those will come back to council just to confirm those investments. And similar to the end of mortgage is the hotel overflow. It's $13.9 million that would be set aside for the period 2024 to 2026, and then subject to what the pressures are with respect to shelter systems and hotel overflow, we would revisit the need beyond 2026. So again, this is intended to be a financial roadmap in terms of these particular housing stability priorities for that period 2024 to 2027, not to suggest that $72 million will be invested in its entirety in 2024. It's really $72 million that would be made available over that 4-year time period.
So then just to be clear then, through you, Chair, we're not looking at 72 million this year. What we are doing is we may or may not think of it as a big balance sheet across 4 years, and then we'll potentially take pieces of it in the next 4 years. So I think, just for clarification then, in those 5 programs, encampment, hotel overflow, family shelter, end of mortgage, supportive housing, what are we taking out this year that taxpayers will be paying for? I know, understanding that this is a reserve strategy, but I'm just trying to wrap my head and speak about this from the residents' perspective as they're looking at these numbers. These are really big numbers.
So through the chair, I know this will form part of the presentation on Housing Day in terms of what the investment strategy. And so again, what we've reflected is what we had in collaboration with housing services have worked towards in terms of a 4-year investment strategy, and then housing services in conjunction with planning and economic development then would present the overall investment on our time dedicated towards housing.
And that'll be on Tuesday next week, correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay. My last question then, through you, Chair, is on slide 28. It is the slide that shows all of the bars, and we see a declining amount for discretionary rate, but the future fund reserves stay the same for very similar. Remind me again why we're not tapping into future fund reserves?
Through the chair, principally because while the conversation has started with council with respect to the mandate and purpose for the future fund reserve, it hasn't been concluded. And so we've relied on our discretionary, and we've relied on discretionary, in a sustainable way, looking at stabilization reserves. So again, future fund does represent an opportunity, but we haven't had to assume future fund as an opportunity as part of the proposed strategy.
And through you, Chair, when would we be having that conversation about future funds?
Through the chair, staff are looking to bring that report back end of Q1 of this year.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next speaker is Councillor Nan, followed by Councillor Jackson, Clark, and McMeekin. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Chair. So just wanted to start off with some general information. So General Manager Zagarski mentioned the 2025 reassessment anticipated to 2023 property values. And in previous years, you've been very good at educating council and public about what reassessment impact is and the obligations of municipalities under the province. So we cannot profit from property values being reassessed. And my understanding from previous years is that when that kind of adjustment occurs, municipalities then have to have a strategy to not be seen profiting from that assessment. Can you walk us through that one more time in light of 2025's anticipated adjustment?
Through the chair, I do appreciate the question because I believe one of our delegates earlier this week were a little confused with respect to changes in assessment and the impact it has on their property taxes. So reassessment is a revenue neutral exercise for municipalities. And what I mean by that is all properties generally increase in assessed value over time. And as a result, municipalities under legislation are required to reduce the tax rate such that when we start 2025 off, we cannot have profited from, generated any revenue related to reassessment. So if a property sees their reassessed value increase by 20%, generally speaking, they will not see an increase in terms of property taxes. But what we've assumed in our multi-year forecast, and this is just an assumption, is we've assumed a 1.2% impact in 2025, 26, and 27. It's a placeholder. And what that represents is we know Hamilton's residential housing market has been a hot housing market, and we've seen the escalation in values relative to commercial and industrial. We're expecting a tax shift. So reassessment does not result in any additional revenue for municipalities, but it redistributes that tax burden across properties. And what we're expecting is residential will absorb more of the impact because of the very strong housing market.
Thank you. So then in light of the previous questions of our multi-year forecasting, and then the due diligence of anticipating when will we be able to actualize the funding that we need in order to come whole to our commitments. So let's just take the housing one, for example, that 20-something, sorry, just give me a quick second. I want to make sure I get my numbers right. The 20.8 million between 2024 through to 2027. Let's say this year's obligation is 5 million, yet to be determined, right? Then from 2025, 2026, 2027, those obligations would be, wouldn't necessarily be additional tax levy impact because the assessment might already cover it?
Through the chair, I think we may be confusing assessment growth from reassessment. So in terms of assessment growth, the 1.9% that we provided to committee as a revision to our earlier forecast, 1%,
right.
Those are revenues
Yep.
that help to offset the levy and the investment strategy. That is the opportunity. If we continue to experience assessment growth in that 1.6 to 1.9, that would be positive. We've ranged in my time here from 0.8 to 1.2, 1.6 last year. So this may be positive in the sense of revenue, and especially if we're realizing it in the non-residential classes. So that's an opportunity in terms of investment. In terms of reassessment, we would bring that forward as part of the 2025 budget deliberations. Again, it's based on valuations for all properties January 1st of 2023. And so all properties are treated equally in terms of where the market values were as of that time, and through the 2025 budget process, we would provide an update as to what that represents, principally around tax shifts. But the other factor is, again, property taxes there's really only two components, pretty simple, your assessed value and tax rate. When your assessed value increases because of reassessment, your tax rate has a corresponding change, exclusive of some of those tax shifts between classes.
Thank you, Chair. I had two questions left. I heard the ding, but so question 2 was around.
Go ahead, Councillor. I'd like if we get through it just with first-time
Thank
speakers,
you.
that would be great.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Councillor Huang was asking about the Hamilton Future Fund Reserve as well. And so recognizing that growth is the result of our council-directed repayment to past draws of the Hamilton Future Fund, correct?
Through the chair, that's a principle as well as any investment income. So we distribute the investment income according to the source of the funds. And again, the councillor is correct. There were previous draws from that reserve, principally for city infrastructure projects, with a commitment at the time to repay, including the poverty reduction strategy. We leveraged the future fund as part of the previous poverty reduction strategy.
And so the mechanism of repayment through you, General Manager?
Through the chair, the levy.
The levy. Okay. So looking forward to that consideration next week. And then the last question was, I know that there has been repeated questions about the strategic use of bonds to relieve pressure on our reserve use and also on our levy use. My understanding with the city of Ottawa, which was referenced in our comparatives, their number is like they're so low, 2.5%. And part of it is they've had a multi-year strategic bond program that they've been using as a deliberate financial tool to address the aggressive taxation policy. That is residential tax. Has staff received any direction to pursue strategic bonds?
Through the chair, formed part of our F&A conversation yesterday in terms of while we were discussing our strategy and standards and policy around investments, the issue of bonds came up. It will continue to be an opportunity for Hamilton, whether it's green bonds, principally green bonds, but potentially social bonds. Yeah. I think where the opportunity lies for Hamilton is in our water and wastewater program.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Clark and McMeekin. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Budget Chair Danko. And again, General Manager Zagarek, thank you very much for an extremely comprehensive presentation thus far on the operating side, and to your entire team that I know have put in hundreds of hours behind the scenes. So I'm just going to make an opening quick comment, Budget Chair Danko, and then I got a series of questions. In all my honored years on council, I'm not going to say that reserves have never been used before. They have. But I'll tell you, it's once in a blue moon to my memory's recollection, and it's never been for 3 or 4 years proposed during a term of council or to the magnitude and degree. Okay, so now my series of questions are, through you to General Manager Zagarek. Mike, on the one chart that you showed housing investments in household and comparisons, you showed the average income in Hamilton of $111,000, but you only used it on the chart for households and housing investments. So I'd like to extrapolate that over to the chart, the bar chart. You showed the graphic of the 2024 residential tax comparators, and our 7.9 budget, Chair Danko, being the third highest at this time. And does the $111,000 average mean income in Hamilton still apply on that chart? Because that number seemed higher, much higher, the disposable income of our city, but I just need to understand if it is at that level, and does that hold true to the other graphic as well? Through you, Budget Chair, please.
Yeah. Through the chair, irrespective on how we're using the household figure, it's going to be the consistent household figure. So again, we're drawing from our tax competitiveness study, and they draw from Stats Canada. So that household figure will not change. I'll just say, and I made reference to some of the challenges with the comparator chart, is each municipality is slightly different, and in the case of Toronto, for instance, land transfer tax may represent 10 to 15% of of their overall revenues towards funding their taxation, their proposed operating budget. So again, just highlighting, each municipality has a slightly they have different drivers in terms of their tax position, but the household numbers wouldn't change. Irrespective of how you're using those household numbers, they would be consistent.
Okay, thank you, General Manager. I must say, the 111,000 is a new number to me, and again, I take it where you're extrapolating the statistics from Budget Chair Danko, but wow, I never realized the mean average of income in our city is that high now. Anyways, second question. So just to be crystal clear, you are proposing on the one graphic, the multi-year forecast, 7.9 this year, where we are currently, 7.7 in 25, and 6.4 in 26. Through you, Budget Chair Danko, is that correct, GM?
Through the chair, that's correct. And I'll just, to my earlier comment about a complete budget, that is also reflected in the multi-year forecast. And what I mean by that is for 25 and 26, we know that the obligation for recycling is being uploaded to producers. And so as it relates to the forecast, we've already assumed $9 million, for instance, in savings in 25 and 26 as it relates to the recycling program. So we're trying to provide you a complete picture, not only for 2024, but for the years 25 to 27.
Okay, thank you, General Manager. 2 or 3 more questions, Budget Chair. Danko, so on your graphic about the 24 revenues, General Manager, but I guess between yourself, our hardworking people in economic development, the 1.9% assessment growth, which is extremely pleasing to hear. We're solid, we're rock solid about that 1.9% assessment growth, because that's part and parcel of what's even got us to 7.9 today. Through you, Budget Chair Danko, please.
Through the chair, we see low risk with respect to that number. That number is based on information that we received the second week of December, so staff are doing final assessment of it, but we see that as a relatively low risk assumption.
Perfect. The hospital 1%, you know, General Manager Zagarek, and I'm glad the mayor referenced it today, that I have been loath to supporting something that's beyond a municipality's jurisdiction. I see the assumption of the 1% is in there, and I guess you were following through on the majority will of my colleagues over the last 8-9 months. But I don't see any, I think some of my colleagues were looking at it as an exploration of the 1%, and I didn't see any, if you will, attached information to it. And so through you, Budget Chair Danko, maybe just an explanation from the General Manager, just an assumption based on the majority will of council to put it in there, or was there an expectation of some additional information explaining why the municipality may want to do this or not, General Manager, please?
Through the chair, let me be clear. The 1% does not reflect the will of council nor any decision of council. Council has not made any decision with respect to what has been presented to committee previously by Hamilton Health Sciences and St. Joseph's Hamilton Healthcare. What we presented in the fall outlook was we recognize this as an ask of the community, and it's really a placeholder relative to the ask. And why we presented it as a placeholder, just to remind committee, the ask was as it relates to the local contribution, which is the community contribution, the foundations have committed approximately 25 to 28% of the request, I believe leaving the city with about $460 million ask. Given the magnitude of that ask, we felt it was prudent to put that on the radar and put that as a placeholder. But again, to be clear, that is not reflective of any will or direction from council. It's really a placeholder.
Fair enough, General Manager, but it helped you get to the 7.9 today, but I appreciate how you've described it, and I respect that. Last question, Budget Chair Danko, on your graphic where your money goes. So the taxes for services on an average home, $5,166, I guess if this 7.9 is approved. on an average MVA of 385,000 only. So again, General Manager Zegeric, I ask this question every year, just for public record. So if hypothetically a current MVA home in our city somewhere, an MVA is at, I'll double the 385, at $770,000, the current MVA, would that mean then we would basically double the $5,166 and that homeowner's paying over $10,000 in potential property taxes? That's my last question, Budget Chair Danko. Thank you.
Through the chair, absolutely, assessment has a value, but it wouldn't necessarily be linear in that you would double it. So again, yes, as assessment increases, the burden will increase. And as well, there's one other factor that will affect property owners, and those are area rated services. So in the case of transit and fire, there was a 2-year phase-in of fire. 2024 will be the phase-in impact, and some properties will see relief as it relates to the fire area rating, I believe about 2.8%, and others will see a 2% impact as well. So again, yes, assessment determines in part the property tax burden, and then in addition to that is area rating of services.
As always, thank you, General Manager Zegeric, for all your answers. It really helps me. Thanks, Budget Chair Danko, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councillor. Next speaker is Councillor Clark, followed by McMeekin. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions. So the 1% hospital investment, I recall the conversation from the HHS and from St. Joe's. I have not been able to find any legislation that directs municipalities to help fund hospitals. Is there any?
Through the chair, no. It's frankly a request from the hospital boards as it relates to the obligation lies with the boards of the hospitals in terms of the financing strategy for the local contribution.
Thank you for that. The capital budget, in the past, councils were advised that the capital budget had to be completed by the end of December in order to enable procurement to release capital RFPs. What's changed that we don't have to do that anymore? We can wait until the middle of February.
Through the chair, there are two factors that enable staff to proceed with capital procurements. We have a policy as it relates to 50% of the previous year's approved funding, as well as if a project was identified in the multi-year forecast for 2024. And here's the requirement for staff to be diligent with respect to multi-year forecasting, is that if this is the norm going forward, a January, February approval, it doesn't restrict staff with proceeding with some of those priority investments. So again, we do have a policy that enables staff to proceed with up to 50% of the previous year's approved budget.
Thank you very much, Chair. The next question is about the capital budget itself. We have these rolling 5-year capital plans. And in the last number of years, the capital budgets, you could see what's coming up in the next year, in the year 3, year 4, et cetera. How do projects that were on that capital plan disappear from this year's capital plan?
Through the chair, I believe the councillors may be in reference to my presentation in WIPs. The WIP savings would principally be projects that close out with a surplus, but there could be...
No, Chair. My question is about projects that have yet to be completed that were on the 5-year capital plan, showed very clearly 2024 will do this, 2025 will do this, et cetera, et cetera. And yet there's been changes to those, and it doesn't reflect where those projects disappeared to.
Yeah. Through the chair, maybe I'll invite our public work colleagues. So I understand the question is if projects have been reprioritized, what's the rationale for projects being reprioritized potentially out of 2024 and deferred to future years?
That's the question. except it doesn't show that they've been reprioritized for future years. They just disappeared.
Yep. Through the chair, Carl Alcan, General Manager of Public Works, I can assure you that working with staff, we looked at our 2023 capital program. We examined from our reports that we received the projects that weren't started. And then each of the directors looked at, will they be starting that project in 2023? Will they be starting in 2024? And if not, they were moved out into future years. And or if the information that we had with regards to the asset management plan changed the timing of that or the need for it, then they would reflect it in the new plan. More specifically, if there is a project that you want us to look into, Councillor, I'd be happy to direct that specific question to the appropriate staff member.
Yeah, I will take that offline, Chair. The challenge that I'm having is that residents have been seeing these reports and all of a sudden their road is gone and they don't understand why. And quite frankly, at this point, I don't either. So I'm struggling, Chair, with, is that my last ding or my first ding?
You've still got a minute, but we've been giving speakers quite a bit of...
I won't abuse it. Thank you. I'm struggling with how much the tax burden will be for taxpayers this year and how much our expenditures increased. So when I'm looking at this report, what I'm seeing is our expenditures have not reduced except for that 1.3% in efficiencies. So the only difference is we're, in my mind, I could be completely wrong, we're putting off taxing residents for that additional 7, 8, 9%, whatever that number is, to future years through the reserves. At what point does those expenditures, because these expenditures are operating, are they going to continue on until we make a change? What point does those expenditures show on the levy? Because in my mind, if you're putting off 10% to the reserve, then next year you're starting with a 10% deficit that you have to catch up on.
Through the chair, sorry, I'm just flipping through my slides to refer to a slide. As I do that, I'll start with, in terms of the reserve strategy, all of these investments will not be reflected in future proposed tax increases. So what do I mean by that? Some of these investments, like the housing stability, the 30.1 million, is a one-time. It's not a operating impact. So not all of the reserve, all of the investments through the reserve strategy will represent future tax impacts. But what we have presented through slide number 29 is those that do continue on beyond 2024 would require a 0.3% tax impact in 25, a further 1.8 in 2026, and then a further 1.2% in 2027. And those are reflected in that future year forecast of 7.7% and 6.4. So again, yes, the reserve strategy, in order to sustain what our annual operating investments will require sustainable funding, and that's what we've tried to demonstrate through slide number 29.
So the difference between 14.2% projected tax increase and the 7 point whatever, we're still going to be spending that money next year. It's an operating money. Is that not the case?
Through the chair.
Through the operating budget, this means we're going to spend this money in our operations annually until we increase it or decrease it.
So through the chair, not all of the investments being funded through the reserve strategy will be future operating requirements or investments. So again, the $30.1 million is a one-time. We're recommending funding it from reserve. That's not a $30 million each and every year impact. The ones that will require future tax levy funding are the DC exemptions, so that's a multi-year strategy, and some of the housing investments. And then with respect to the inflationary adjustments, again, that is a one-time for 2024. So to be clear, the reserve strategy really represents both one-time investments and then ongoing investments, and it is those ongoing investments that are driving those future potential tax levy impacts of 0.3, 1.8, and 1.2.
Thank you for that. I suppose I'll take the rest offline, but I'm finding this merger of the two budgets a little bit confusing now, and it never used to be.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next speaker is Councillor McMeekin. Councillor?
Thanks, Chair, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Zacharik, Mike, you mentioned, and I was listening carefully for it, actually, mention of other municipalities. You talked about Halton and how we're 3 times less able to compete on a fiscal basis with some of the machinations budget-wise there. The ability to pay is obviously an issue around whatever tax rate we eventually land on. The other was in passing reference to municipalities being different, and Toronto, for example, I think you used the example, has access, I think they're the only municipality in Ontario that has access to a land transfer tax. I just did a quick Google search. Land transfer tax in Toronto is 6% of their revenue, and it amounts to $948 million a year. So if we even came in at a fifth of that, that would be a real boon. So I guess one question, because I'm concerned not only about the expense side, but the revenue side, has our beloved city ever looked at petitioning to access a land transfer tax?
Through the chair, it has come up in past councils, but past councils haven't endorsed a land transfer tax. Those opportunities in the past were led by engagement with the provincial government, where the provincial government was engaging all municipalities to try to land on some sort of consistency with respect to revenue tools.
Okay, well, I just want to flag that because that's something that some of us may want to come back to. The other revenue idea that, and I reference my colleague to the right, she's not politically to the right, I suspect, but to the right of me at least, physically, as being brilliant on her articulation of immigration, refugee. Folk landing in our community. I understand one in 3 people who fit those categories are in encampments. I don't know whether that's accurate or not, but I've heard that assertion made. And I'm painfully aware, as one who gets my morning fix of newspaper ink by reading 4 newspapers, that it's a big issue in Toronto. Threatened 6% additional increase on top of the 10.2%. If the feds don't respond to that, I'm anticipating, based on the resolution we passed the other day, that that's something we're going to press on, and that might provide some. I just want to flag some revenue ideas, Mike, while we're at looking at expenses.
So through the chair at General Issues Committee earlier this week, there was a positive update with respect to the costs associated with asylum seekers. The City of Hamilton realized $3.5 million for 2023, and I'll just caveat that it's always a little qualified in that is relative to our ask of $10 million in associated costs.
But 1% potentially on the tax, almost. Okay, you mentioned assessment growth of 1.9%. What percentage of that growth was on the industrial commercial side?
Through the chair, that's a work that's still outstanding. We do produce a report, and I expect it'll be sometime in February or March where we break down the assessment according to property classes. So I would just ask if you can be patient till later this quarter, and we would have that breakdown.
You did mention, I think, in passing that the burden of assessment increase would likely fall on residential taxpayers. So I'm assuming that the 14% industrial commercial to 84% residential assessment ratio might be reflected that way going forward?
Through the chair, if we recall 2023, we saw some positive growth in non-residential.
Right.
Which is a positive outcome.
Yep.
But works again is that while we're realizing positive growth in commercial and industrial, is because of reassessment and residential having realized higher percentage changes in value, that works against us as it relates to that ratio. So unfortunately, it's somewhat blurs some of the success we are having with respect to commercial and industrial growth.
Okay. I have three more questions. I can either beg your indulgence or go on for a second time here.
We've been pretty open with the discussion here, so why don't you finish off your questions?
Okay, thank you.
We'll just go
A
through the
quick
first
note
time
picking up on Councillor Clark's issue on the hospital. Is there any reason why this is urgent this year? We haven't yet seen the hospital plans. We asked for them when they came and made their joint presentation. They didn't seem ready to really articulate what it was they were wanting to do, but we're asking for, as I recall, $400 million over a period of time. Could that be delayed for a year?
Through the chair, I don't want to get too far ahead of the report that would be coming the end of this quarter, a follow-up on the hospital. Why we felt it prudent to include it is the magnitude of the ask.
Yep.
And not knowing the flexibility the city, if the city chooses to participate as a funding partner, is how we can participate in terms of that magnitude of the ask. One, I believe Hamilton Health Science is further along as it relates to ministry approvals. And so if there were to be one that would be in terms of time sensitivity, it would be their redevelopment relative to St. Joe's. But again, we'll break this down a little further through our subsequent report back to committee.
And that request would be from the whole community, not just from the corporation of the City of Hamilton, as I understand it.
So through the chair, what was presented to council was the hospitals are required to present a local funding strategy. And what was presented to council was effectively the foundations, assuming 25 or thereabouts, 25 to 28% of that obligation, and the balance was requested of the municipality.
Okay. Two other quick ones.
Go ahead.
Chair. I recall from some years at Queen's Park, a yearly walk into Treasury Board to argue for a top-up on the social services funding. It was always a little bit controversial. I think for about 8-10 years running, and it amounted to millions of dollars that the city argued they were being shortchanged. A couple of years ago, that changed. It stopped happening. You probably recall that, Mike. Is there still a case to be made for that in terms of one-off potential access to revenue?
Through the chair, yes, and having participated in previous discussions with the province and other municipalities as well, Hamilton lobbied for some consideration around affordability.
Yep.
And where the burden was not distributed fairly, and so there was some success under the Provincial Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, OMPF, for those types of factors. I think all of those conversations are great, and any conversations that we can have in terms of how the province can continue to participate in a meaningful way with respect to some of these pressures. And you know, I'll just point out the commitments we have with respect to housing from the province was in 2022-23, it was 23.6 million. What was confirmed by the province for Hamilton 2023 to 2024 is 27.9 million. So yes, an increase of about 4 million. But what the province has conveyed in writing is their planned commitments for 24 and 25 continue at the 27.9 million and 25-26 at the continued 27.9 million. So the messaging has been that we should plan around no increase in the funding for our housing subsidy.
I'd be pleased to put my historical thinking cap on and help maybe frame a discussion if that discussion's worth having. And I think, Mike, you've agreed it would. One final, by the way, I do want to compliment. I thought your presentation was decidedly positive and fulsome, which I really appreciated. I enjoyed your reference to a responsible reserve strategy. I confess I had that worry. So it was good to hear. Final question I have, and you started the presentation with the suggestion that we have control over maybe 1.4 billion, and that things we don't control is perhaps as high as 1 billion. The mayor, before she left for her necessary engagement this afternoon, was attempting to link the 2.6 on the graph to the 1.6 as something that we could put out as a provincial hit. I'm wondering about the integrity of that, given I think it was 23 years ago we did the Who Does What to Whom report that came in the same time as market value assessment and downloading, and education went up, as I recall, and housing responsibilities came down, and we've been picking it up ever since. So I don't mind, Chair, and you and I think agree on this, laying blame where blame properly belongs. And I think at the 2.6 level, that's accurate. I'm not sure we could make it as good a case with the 1.6. I wouldn't want to argue that 4.2% of, or almost half of our budget increase is directly responsible to the province. Not that I'm a fond of the province necessarily, but I want to just flag that, and I'm hopeful that the remainder, 4.3, I had established the idea of a cap at 4. If we could get it down to 3.5, we could probably come in with a tax increase less than 6%. And I think that would be something that we'd want to aim at going forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Two further speakers, Councillor Spadafora, followed by Councillor Taddison.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple questions. I should be quick. In regards to revenues, Mike, just confirmation, 8.8 million in revenues from user fees. So that would be families in our community, whether that's through Public Skate, Open Swim, all those things. That's where we're getting that 8.8 million from.
Through the chair, the overall benefit of user fees is about 135 million. The increase based on the report that went to General Issues Committee would represent an additional 8.8 million.
So the increase to fees coming into effect are going to get us an additional 8.8. Perfect. Thank you. The next question is, I believe we're 7.9 for 2024, what we're doing right now. That includes all the business cases that have been presented or are going to be presented, plus all council referred items, correct? Through you, Chair?
Through the chair, that's correct, inclusive of all of the submissions from boards and agencies as well.
Perfect. So for 2025, I believe your projection is 7.7%? Chair, that's, I don't need to, that's correct?
Yes.
Okay. So does that include any business cases or council-referred items for 2025?
Through the chair, no.
So if we, what was our balance of council-referred items in 2024 through you, Chair?
Through the chair, I believe the net impact is approximately 22 million.
22 million, so around 2%.
Through the chair, yes, when you add in approximately 2 million in business cases, it's about 2%.
So for us to actually present a 7.7% increase to our residents in 2025, we would have to have 0 increases in council-referred items and business cases to stay at 7.7, or we gotta hope that the federal and provincial government are gonna hand us a large bag of cash. Through you, Chair.
Yeah. Through the chair, yeah, yes, but I want to point out that what the reserve strategy really speaks to, one of the driving factors to the reserve strategy, again, the 4 buckets, the housing sustainability investment strategy, that's a 4-year strategy. So in terms of additional investments, you know, the expectation is that 4-year strategy would not change significantly. And so that should have a positive impact in terms of the magnitude of any potential council referred items in the years 25 to 27.
Okay, so if I understand everything correctly, the next couple of years, the strategy will allow us not to have any real large council referred items because all the investment is coming through the reserve strategy now.
Through the chair, it doesn't prohibit. Council can always bring forward any investments, and staff may bring forward some business cases, but just wanting to point out in terms of the housing sustainability and investment roadmap, that is a 4-year strategy. And so while it may be tweaked from time to time, the expectation is that that will be the strategy in the 4 years.
Perfect. So hopefully the amount of money that's been referred through last year's budget and this year's budget, I guess will be close to nothing moving forward with the strategy. So that's great. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Next speaker is Councillor Tattison.
Questions for the General Manager. I think I wrote it down here. It said operating efficiencies and budget adjustments reduced the gross budget by 15.8 million, which was somewhere around 1.3%. I'm sorry if I missed this. Did you go into detail about those operating efficiencies that we found in your presentation?
The chair, which General Manager?
Oh,
just joking.
I'm just going to say the current General Manager.
So, I didn't, but I will. The $15 million is broken down, approximately $1.4 million in positions that are being repurposed, positions that were identified as vacant, no longer needed, and can be repurposed for as it relates to council priorities. Approximately $2.7 million in budget adjustments reflecting historical actuals. So we look at 2023, 2022, what we actually spent and adjusted the budget to better reflect actuals. Further $3 million in some efficiencies that reduced the proposed 2024 budget. An increase in gapping targets. We budget approximately, I believe, about $4.8 million in gapping savings. These are savings because individuals have chosen to left, or someone's on maternity leave. By the time you backfill a position, there's a gap, a time period there. Based on historical actuals and targeting a 5 to 7% gapping is an additional $1.2 million in adjustments for gapping. And then looking at our cash flow needs and the timing, I think GM Can made reference to our capacity to do some work is adjusting the expenditure plan by a further $4.6 million in terms of what can be supported and delivered in 2024. And the final is approximately $2.9 million in some revenue adjustments. This isn't necessarily increasing fees, but based on the demand for some services that have a fee recovery. And that's a breakdown of the $15 million.
Thanks, that's pretty comprehensive. I'll have to review that later on the tape. I wasn't able to get everything down, but just you did say 5,166, picking up on something Councillor Jackson said. So that's the average assessment for the tax that I guess someone who lives in a home that's probably about 300 and whatever thousand is going to pay based on this year. So does that mean about a $400 increase per resident or per household?
Through the chair, based on that $385,000 assessed value, $382 would be the increase as it relates to a 7.9% increase.
And then we're probably expecting the same amount next year?
Through the chair, I don't have what a 7.7, but it would be in that ballpark, yes.
And then again, going forward. So probably over 3 years, we're looking at $1,000 from now. And that's not counting I guess we got down to 5.8 last year. So it's probably going to be in the neighborhood of $1,200 over, I guess, well, maybe $1,200 to $1,600 for the average household over the 4 years of our term. That's what we're looking at. So question leading into this, I think that I'll just leave that as a stated fact. Last year, we had a proposed budget, I think it was around 6.9, and then that was in danger of not passing, and the mayor and some people, the general manager, the city manager got together, and we found $10 million over a weekend that wasn't there before. So I'm asking, is there a possibility for something like that to occur again this year?
So through the chair, maybe just to recall what transpired as it relates to finalizing the 2023 budget. We stood at a proposed 6.7%, and there was a desire to reduce that. And we did that through two principal adjustments. The most material adjustment was, you'll recall, the recruitment and retention strategy. That was phased in over a 2-year period. And so rather than a January 1st effective date, that represented we adjusted it to a July 1st effective date. And that, I believe, represented about a $9 million adjustment. And the balance of that is reflected in that $35 million employee-related pressure for 2024. The other adjustment was the one I referred to previously, was the provincial funding to offset the legislative change they made for for-profit long-term care providers. We normally get that in writing in February, and we've received it for so many years, we're assuming it. So again, I think we've received it for 7 consecutive years as one-time funding. After 7 consecutive years, we're recognizing it as expected funding.
Okay. Thanks for that. And just one separate point on a different tangent. Is there any ability for us to leverage our actual assets that the city holds in order to reduce the taxes? Considering the value of vacant land that we've held in for years, sometimes decades, and purchased at a certain price, we've seen that this is a opportune time to maybe divest of some of those holdings. Is there potential for something like that? I'm just kind of following in the footsteps of Councillor McMeekin, looking for, what can we do to, help the taxpayers of Hamilton?
So I'll start, and then I'll invite others from SLT. There's always an opportunity, and we've embarked in the past at looking at divesting of underutilized assets. as well, our colleagues in economic development had good foresight, and we've done land banking around the airport, and that's represented a strong financial benefit to the municipality, and maybe more so around the control that provides to the municipality as well. So we have embarked on those types of considerations. Land banking is something that we've done that's had positive impacts to the city, and maybe, I'm not sure if General Manager Thorne or others want to add on.
Yes, through the chair. So as Mike said, one of the programs we've had is the land banking around not just around the airport, but sort of employment land banking. We have had some good returns where we've been able to transact some of those properties. When those opportunities present themselves, we come forward to council to get approval if we're selling of a property, and at that time council directs how you want the proceeds of that sale to be allocated. It has been, there is a policy in place in terms of funds first going to what the funding source may have been for the original acquisition, and where there is surplus, as has been the case with some of the recent employment land transactions, generally that's gone into, I believe, the unallocated capital to be used for other purposes. Then we also do have the program underway right now to look at the entire City of Hamilton land portfolio towards where we can disperse some lands, although with a specific goal of targeting the proceeds towards affordable housing. So we do anticipate that will become an affordable housing stream going forward in the future.
Is any of that reflected in the current budget? Like, would I be able to see that, the real estate holdings and so forth? No. Is there any way that we can get that information just to see so that we can make an informed decision about where we do want to divert that? Obviously, affordable housing, attainable housing, subsidized housing, whatever we call it, that's a great venue to put it towards too. But maybe there's a chance here to spread some other earnings out over other areas that would affect the tax levy in a positive way for taxpayers.
So through the chair, so that work is within our 2024 work plan, is to bring forward potential properties for disposition. Like I said, the direction for that to date has been related to affordable housing, but it would be council's decision at that time in terms of how you wish to proceed.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speaker, Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to again comment, I really appreciate some of the changes to the process, in particular, given that one of the largest pressures this year is provincial negligence. I think it's so valuable that that's been broken out and so clear. When it comes to our reserve strategy specific to 2024, I am curious, just not in the multi-year reserve strategy, but just in this year, how much of the overall, as a percentage of the reserves we're using, are going to Bill 23 related impacts?
Through the chair, I know I have that in my notes, so if you just give me a moment. With respect to statutory DC's $31 million.
$31 million from the 2024. And then in terms of new spending in 2024, I believe that was around $131 million, going off my kind of head here. In that new spending in 2024, when we look at provincially shared and those provincial impacts, again, find if it's a really rough number, but just as a general fraction, what piece of the pie was those provincial pieces of new spending?
Through the chair, specific to statutory DCs, the increase in the levies, $101 million. So simple math is statutory development charges 31 million, so about 30%.
So
equivalent to about 30%.
About 30% of new spending in 2024 is just related to this one provincial initiative.
Through the chair, yes, and I'm going to complicate matters, and I apologize now. It's in part because of the affordability and the pressure that would create, that we're phasing it in over 4 years. So all the $31 million would not impact 2024. It's potentially a quarter in 24, and the balance from reserves, a further quarter in 25, and then effectively reducing the reliance on reserves. So again, it's $31 million, but because of the magnitude of that, it's about a quarter of that in 2024 and each of the next 3 years after.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to understand. Notable local economist Scott Radley seems to say it's folks like myself, council spending, et cetera. And I'm trying. I think I've heard around this room. How can we make sure that we're respecting taxpayers as much as possible? And I've offered this before the budget deliberations. I think it's taking up this clear and unprecedented ability to be on the same page and to speak with 16 voices that Hamiltonians are getting a raw deal from the province. We don't have to disagree. We are all on the same page. We may disagree with each other at parts during this budget process, but we should be on the same page. And I would hope that that's something we can make really, really clear throughout these deliberations, because when we invest money, when we spend money, invest money as this council, there's a return on investment. We're building rec centers, we're building pools, we are building supportive housing. The $30 million from Bill 23 is subsidizing private profit. Yep. We are taking from our taxpayers to give to a private business. It is on a provincial legislation. If folks are mad about the bill, about the 2024 tax increase, obviously I want to have conversations. I want to find those efficiencies in our budget. But the elephant in the room here is we are being held hostage by the province, and I couldn't let this first day of deliberations go through without making that really clear.
Well done. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'm not seeing any further speakers on the speakers list, so I'm going to assume that Councillor Clark, yes, please, second time.
Just with reference to what Councillor Alex Wilson said, and I happen to agree. I have heard government MPPs say that those changes that they did for DCs will result in lower housing prices. Has there been anything done in legislation that would force developers to lower the price of housing because they're not paying as high of development charges as they did in the past? I couldn't find anything. That's why I thought I'd ask staff.
Through the chair, no. And I'll add another legislative change that likely didn't achieve the outcome is in 2017, the province restricted assessment impacts and tax impacts on multi-residential properties. Did that reduce rents on multi-residential properties? No. And so we've experienced these legislative changes, and the impacts of those may not be to the audience or population that they were intended to benefit.
Yeah, and I think the public is too smart to fall for the smoke and mirrors on those things. They know full well that the developers had additional profit. The tenants did not see a decrease in their rent. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Councillor. Second time, Councillor McMeekin.
Very, very briefly, just picking up on Councillor Clark's point, this whole theory of trickle-down economics would work if it weren't for the greedy sponges at the top.
Okay. There'll be plenty of time to continue to discuss the provincial downloading, which, as the mayor has stated, is a defining feature of this budget, which we will continue to discuss as we move forward. So no further speakers today on this item, so we're going to move on then. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. All in favor or opposed? That carries unanimously. And then on the report, as discussed at the beginning of the meeting, I need a mover and a seconder to defer consideration of the report until January 30th, 2024. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. All in favor or opposed? And that carries unanimously. And as was discussed in the beginning, can I hand the chair to my vice chair?
Go ahead, Councillor Danko.
Thank you. I do have a notice of motion that I'll be bringing forward at the January 30th meeting, and that is that we do the same thing with the operating and the capital budget that we did with the rate budget, that we include the provincial portion on the tax bill and also on the information that's included with the tax bill. So I will bring that forward as a motion on January 30th. I'll take the chair back.
Thank you.
If there's no other notices of motion, no other general information or other business, we'll move to adjournment. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Tattison. All in favor or opposed?
Sorry, Chair, but do we have to pass the private and confidential, like the closed session minutes?
Thank you. No, they were withdrawn, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. That carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll see you on Monday.